Good morning, everyone. I'm Chitra Gupta, Conference Coordinator from the Nano Science and Technology Consortium. It is my distinct pleasure to welcome you Day 2 of the Sustainable AI 2025 International Conference on AI for Greener Planet. This conference is organized by the Nano Science and Technology Consortium NSTC, a 17-year-old organization dedicated to advancing research and development in emerging domains including nanotechnology, biotechnology, and artificial intelligence. We provide workshops, courses, and conferences for esteemed organizations nationally and internationally. In collaboration with Artificial Intelligence Global Alliance platform, which aims to bring together AI experts and enthusiasts. We are also privileged to partner with the Sri Shivaji Institute of Engineering and Management Studies, Prabhani, for this significant event. To begin, I would like to Ms. Damini to introduce Panoptical AI.
Thank you, Chitra. Good morning. I am Damni Sharma, representative from Panoptical AI. Welcome to all. I would like to introduce you Panoptical AI. At Panoptical, our goal is to provide AI solutions that are not just cutting edges but also customized to meet unique challenges of your industries. Whether you are looking to boost efficiency, foster innovations, or uncover actable insights, of our AI drives tools can help you get there. Explore the transformation potential of our sources across the range of industries. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Damini. Now, I would like to call upon Mr. Sanjeev sir to introduce Randstad.
Thank you, Chitra, for the introduction. So yes, we are from Rhinestone Ventures Private Limited. We are the 14 years old organization who provides nanomaterials and nanotechnology-based solutions. So we are the leading supplier of nanomaterials. Right? We are supplying our products in giant pharma industries and government organizations like ISC Bangalore, DRDO, DFRL, ISRO. Apart from that, we are also manufacturer of the antimicrobial coatings for absorbent and non-absorbent surfaces. And the nanomaterials will be provided on the website www.hiyka.com. If anyone is interested, they can visit to the website and go through the all product range we have. Thank you. Over to you, Chitra.
Thank you, sir. Next, I invite Mr. Rishabh to introduce our publication partner, STM Journals.
Thank you, Chitra, for the introduction. As the STM Publishing is a leading and independent organization of the high quality journals and articles. We are committed to deliver cutting edge research to global audience, ensuring your work researches the most relevant and the impactful readers worldwide. At STM Journals, we are committed to promoting open access publishing as well as the transformative models for the research. We believe that the knowledge should be open and accessible to the all, and we work closely with our authors, editors, and society partners in the academic community to ensure that our publication with can get the most relevant, reliable, and accessible. With a focus on innovation and excellence, STM Journal is proud to be a trusted partner for researchers and institutions around the world. We are dedicated to driving forward the frontiers of research and knowledge, and we look forward to continuing to serve the academic and professional communities for many more years. Thank you.
Thank you, Rishabh sir. Finally, I would like to welcome Dr. G. Reshma to discuss on opening remarks and precision farming with AI and IoT. Dr. G. Reshma is an assistant professor in the Department of Information Technology at PVPSIT, specializing in predictive analytics, data mining, and artificial intelligence. With her vast expertise in AI and its application in agriculture, Dr. G. Reshma will shed light on how AI and IoT are evolving revolutionary precision farming to improve efficiency and sustainability in agriculture. Dr. Jiresma, the stage is yours.
Okay, very good morning to you all. So first of all, thank you for inviting me for this conference. So the conference always will address how these AI technologies can be applied to solve environmental challenges. So we are daily facing so many critical environmental challenges. So what are the practices that are going to happen and which supports the sustainable growth across various domains? So my topic is on precision farming with AI and IoT. Let just me share my screen. So precision farming with AI and IoT. Precision farming, as the name itself indicates, that an accurate farming which is helpful to all the farmers in their growth of the crops. Okay, so how we are taking the help of the technology in the field of the agriculture. So precision farming is a data-driven approach to agriculture. It has to use the technology to optimize the crop yields or reducing wastage, and it has to improve the efficiency. So this is not possible for the regular techniques or approaches that are happening in nowadays. So as the technology growing very fast and very accurate results when we come up with the technology, we can take the help of this technology, right? So the main key goal is to ensure crops and soil receive exactly what they need for optimal health and productivity. So what they exactly need, if you figure and find out, so we can make it happen to ensure our crops and soil can give very good productivity. Right. So the role of IoT is there. So technically, we are taking the help of this technology. Okay. So what is the technical things we are using it? So here we are taking the help of IoT. So Internet of Things. We all know the connectivity of things, and we can talk in real terms like what is an IoT. We already know that, right? So interconnected of devices. So how it will help in precision farming? So different ways like in soil and crop monitoring. In case of weather tracking, if you want to find out the automated irrigation system and the livestock monitoring. So all these things will be make it happen. We can use this IoT in a very advanced way in all these areas. Okay. So role of AI. So we are saying that role of IoT. It will be helpful in all these cases, how you can monitor your soil and how you are tracking your weather conditions, how your automated irrigation system could be developed using IoT, and how monitoring of every livestock can be identified. So these things can be helpful in using IoT. But what is AI? So role of AI is also helpful in precision farming. So artificial intelligence involves all the machine performing tasks, okay, that typically require human intelligence, right? So mainly the purpose of AI is to make a decision making, and they can identify pattern recognition, and they can get some insights how the thing could be happen in future for the yield or something like that. Okay. So the role of AI could be helpful for predictive analytics for your crop yields, and you can also identify disease and pest detection. That can be helpful, and automated machinery and robotics could be useful to make your crops grow better, and personalized recommendations for farmers will always helpful. So these things could be better, and these things could be done by the help of AI. So we have seen the role of IoT in precision farming and role of AI in precision farming. These are the possibilities that we can make it happen through AI. So now, what is a precision farming? So here we can tailor everything to every plant. Okay, so tailoring agriculture to every plant so that we can have a good farming that could be happen for more yield and everything. Okay, so we can make use of this crop growth monitoring. We can have a surveillance of what's happening inside the crops, pest monitoring, how the estimation of crop production could be done. If any diseases are there in the plants or leaves, that could be monitored and identified, and they could be analyzed. Okay, soil quality monitoring, humidity monitoring, temperature monitoring. So all the real-time things could be observed. Okay, observed, and everything could be done possible using these technologies, right? So synergy of both AI and IoT. So we have seen separately the combination of AI and IoT. So if we combine these two, it's a good powerful combination. Okay, so the main process of doing here is data collection. Normally for any project or for anything we have to do, the first thing is you have to collect the data and the analysis and automation. What is the outcome? Okay, this is the process that we are applying everywhere. So data collection, IoT devices collect real-time data from feeds. Like already we have discussed the soil moisture, temperature, crop health, anything. So this real-time data from fields could be identified, and so that once your IoT is helpful to collect your data, and then your AI comes into the picture, and after collection of this data, it could be possible for after analyzing your data into good actionable insights. So what should be done? What are the problems? What is the analysis? So everything could be done with the help of your AI. So IoT plus AI is a powerful combination. So automation here, we can make a decision. What AI-driven decisions are executed by IoT devices? This is where the beauty lies. So here you are making your AI-driven decisions and they're executed by IoT, which are executed by IoT devices. Those are nothing but your smart irrigation systems. We are having so many combination of things, both AI and IoT, which are helpful in our daily crops. Okay, in so many places they are coming, evolving daily. Right, so which are helpful with the improved efficiency. The outcome of using both AI and IoT is improved efficiency, which is a higher yield we can done, and sustainable farming practices could also be performed by using this AI plus IoT. So we can combine these two things and we can get a good source of outcome or yield. So what are the key technologies here we are able to see is IoT sensors, okay, to measure soil moisture, temperature, humidity, and nutrient levels, and everything. Those could be modified sensors. And we can make use of this drones and satellites also to monitor your crop health and map fields. And these are the IoT related concepts where you are combining. And now we need to use AI algorithms to predict your crop fields. You have to detect your diseases, crop diseases, and you have to optimize the resource usage. How much of resources could be used for this? There is a proper analysis will be there using AI. So automated machinery. So AI powered tractors and harvesters are there. So though we can take the help of those things in order to reduce human power and everything, and automated machinery will make very helpful to the farmers. And cloud computing is also there in order to store and process large amounts of data. So benefits, as we discussed, crop yields will be more. Okay, so resources usage will lead to better productivity, and how efficient you are using your resources compared to regarding waters, fertilizers, or pesticide waste, whatever the parameters you have taken into account. So the efficiency of the resources will also be considered. And cost savings will be there. It is also one of the benefit because through automation, automatically the cost will be reduced. So sustainability comes a very important factor here, environmental sustainability. So environmental impact, it will always minimizes environmental impact and it will lead to a clean AI. And real-time monitoring enables quick responses to issues like pests or droughts. Okay, so real-time monitoring is helpful as humans could not make it possible at every time. So through devices, we can make it happen. Immediate attention also could be taken. So data-driven decisions. So AI provides actionable insights for better farming practices. So the real-world applications, AI and IoT, we can take it as a case study like smart irrigation system, how we can make it happen, crop monitoring, predictive analytics, and livestock management. So finally, what are the challenges in implementing this is, everything is possible on all covering all these slides. We may know that it is possible for everything to implement it, but there are some issues here. Initial costs for expensive sensors or drones and AI systems. How much of acres of field is there? How much of technical capacity? The risk of cyber attacks on IoT and AI systems, and farmer training requires education to adopt new technologies. So we have to train our farmers in order to adapt the new technologies. So data privacy here, concerns about who owns and controls the farm data. Okay, so who are controlling your farm data? Who is responsible there? How you are maintaining your privacy of the data? How far we can provide the security? How you are giving the training to the farmers? So these are the challenges that they have to make it happen to give a green AI. These are the challenges in implementing AI and IoT in farming. Right. So thank you for giving me this opportunity to cover a short glimpse on the precision farming and using AI and IoT. Thank you, Bhaskar, for inviting me this conference.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jireshma.
Okay.
Now, I would like to call Dr. Manisha Singh for the discussion on the role of artificial intelligence in agriculture for its sustainability. Dr. Manisha Singh is professor and head of the School of Basic and Applied Science at Sri Guru Ram Rai University, Dehradun. With her expertise in genetics, plant breeding, and sustainable agriculture, she has contributed significantly to field. She is recipient of the Bharat Shiksha Ratna and Women Scientist Award, and her work has been vital in promoting innovative agriculture practices. Dr. Manisha, the stage is now yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello, I'm audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are.
Yeah. Thank you everybody for giving me opportunity to share my views on today's second day international conference on artificial intelligence and sustainability. Can I share my slides?
Yes, ma'am, please.
Hello, is it visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning everybody. Today's I'm going to just give a brief about the role of artificial intelligence in agriculture for its sustainability. Before starting my topic, I just want to share one quote. Without access to modern farming techniques or machinery, let alone science-based climate and weather data, farmers' livelihood hinge precariously on a changing environment that they are struggling to understand. Today's my topic is role of artificial intelligence in agriculture for its sustainability. As we all know that India is an agriculture country, we are doing the farming, we are cultivating the crops from an ancient time. We are moving from the traditional agriculture to the smart agriculture. Traditional in traditional farming, we just cultivate the crops for the betterment of our human beings by using the traditional tools, natural resources, organic fertilizers, and cultural beliefs of the farmers. As well as conventional farming, farming with the purpose of obtaining the maximum productivity possible with the use of modern technology. Is it visible? Hello?
Yes, ma'am, your slides are visible. Please proceed.
I think it was not visible. Only one slide is there. Hello?
Yes, ma'am, we can see the slides.
Now, there are some challenges. There are some challenges in agriculture industries which we are all facing. That is the climate change, soil degradation, pests and diseases, water scarcity, food safety and security, trade barriers, and the tariffs. Now we are moving from the green revolution to the technology revolution. As the time moves, demand of the human beings will vary. At the time of the green revolution, at the time of independence, when the India becomes independent, there is a main concern about the poverty, hunger, as well. So there is a need for increasing the yield, for reducing the poverty, as well as to satisfy the food what we eat. So the at the time of the green revolution, the criterias are different. Now we are moving towards the 2025, that is the 21st century. So the technology is gradually improving for the betterment of the human beings as well as our planet. Now we are moving towards the smart farming. Smart agriculture involves the integration of advanced technology into existing farming practices in order to increase production efficiency and the quality of agriculture product. Smart agriculture deals with the applying inputs when and where it is needed, has become the third wave of the modern agriculture revolution. Smart agriculture practices follows several technologies, mobile apps, web applications, devices, as well as the methods. By using these technologies, we use different methods for improvement of our crops, like the conservation agriculture. We are using hydroponics, use the multi-layer farming, organic farming, mulching, vertical farming, where integrated farming system, raised beds planting. These all different methods are required because the population of the human beings is increasing day by day, but the land is depleting. So within a limited field, we have to grow large amount of food to satisfy the hunger. Now we are coming to the artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence in agriculture represents a transformative shift, enabling farmers to optimize resource management, increase crop yield, enhance sustainability through data-driven insight and precision farming practices, paving the way for a more intelligent and adaptable agriculture system. There are different AI solutions for it. Chatbots, visual assistants, generative AI, speech recognition, as well as the search engines, where we can find the solutions of all the problems which we are facing. How this is a just layout, how the AI will work. First, we go for the data collection, processing, model selection, training, testing evaluation, model optimization, deployment, and continuous learning. Now, what is the main role of the AI in agriculture? It is used for the crop management, where we monitor the different crops. We monitor the health of the crops, growth of the crops by using several techniques like drones, satellites, sensors, etc. We also go for the precision agriculture, which was detailed explained by the Reshma madam. Another is the platform, where AI platform will be there for collecting and processing the data, which we collect from the various sources. After collecting the data, there is a data analysis. And after that, there is a decision making, predictive analysis, recommendation system, whatever the data we have collected from the farmers for collecting or for selecting their crops, for pest control strategies, as well as the irrigation schedules. Then actuations, automation machinery will be used, and we also control the irrigation. Now there are several applications of the AI. It will predict the weather because the climate is changing. We cannot predict it is very difficult to grow a particular crop in a particular season as the weather is changing continuously. Soil and crop monitoring is required as we are using several pollutants. We are polluting our soil. We are depleting the soil system, so we have to monitor it for betterment of crop growth. Then precision farming, AI powered robot, AI-enabled surveillance system is also required, which will be helpful for the farmers. Then there are some advanced techniques of the AI. Autonomous machinery will be there. Predictive analytic is there. Genetic editing, this is one of the main fields where we have to work, because we can change the genetic constitution of the crops for the high yield as well as for the resistance of the crop from the pest as well as the diseases. Another is the robotics and agribots. Now, integration of AI with other technology is also helpful, because only by using one technology we cannot do all the problems, we cannot solve all the problems which we are facing. Artificial intelligence of the IoT, this is one of the advanced technology where we can analyze our data, make decisions, and act on that data without involvement by human beings. Then blockchain, this is one of the recent technology where we can just mapping, we can do the mapping of the data, providing it for the users along with the value chain simply by scanning a barcode. Then robotics, machine which is resemble with the human beings can also replicate certain human movements and functions automatically. We can also use the robots. Then autonomous swarms, this is a combination of the swarm robotics and the blockchains. Then 5G as well as the edge computing, real-time data processing, and AI-powered edge devices are also applicable for enhancing the crop yield. And big data, it is a combination of the technology and analytics that can collect and compile novel data and process it in a more useful and timely way to assist decision making. Then smart agriculture practices for high farm resources can also use efficiently. Precision in seed sowing and planting, without sowing the crops, without sowing or without planting, we cannot get the harvest. So it is very important for the farmers. Precision in nutrient management, after sowing or before the planting, we have to check the soil. What are the basic nutrients required by the crops? As per the crops, from one crop to another, nutrient requirement is varying, so we have to go for it. This is one of a very common practice, very important practice which can give aid to the farmers. Leaf color chart, without proper photosynthesis, without proper uh, checking the color of the leaves, we cannot predict what are the basic requirement, that is the NPK. Basically, the nitrogen is required. Nitrogen is very useful for the photosynthesis. Then NDVI, that is normalized difference vegetation index. This is the ratio between the near infrared light and the red light. It is vary from -1 to +1, which will detect whether our crop is healthy or it will suffering from some deficiency. Then soil plant analysis development. This is one of the major device which will simply check in the field what is the basic requirement of the soil, and it also detect the chlorophyll estimations, and it is very handy, so farmers can take it to the farm to detect the nitrogen as well as the fertilizer combinations which is present in the crop. Then web and mobile based services is also very required, because it is not possible to take the large devices into the field. So this is a very handy, and it can detect any problem which are faced by the farmers. Then sensors and signal based control. This is also one of the very requirement for the current years. Then efficient water management practices. We know that water is depleting. We are all facing towards the drought condition. So we have to develop the crops which can resist the low water content, basically in case of the rice crops, because rice requires large amount of water for its cultivation. Then weed and pest management. We know that the pest as well as the pathogens are very smart as compared to us. We develop certain technology, we develop some of the variety of the particular plant against any pest or diseases far better than pathogen will also develop the resistance against them. So it is very difficult to control the weed as well as the pests which are present in our field. So by using the advanced technology, by using the AI, we can predict how we can manage these type of, uh, we can say these type of conditions which we face. Then AI adoption, there are some of the major challenges the farmers are facing because the farmers are not very educated. So we have to educate about the AI system. We have to give some training programs. We conduct some of the workshops for them for collecting the data, for ownerships, privacy concern are there. Data is very scattered, so we have to develop some technology to collect our data, and especially the cost, because the farmers are very poor. We have to give some of the subsidy. Government has to give some subsidy for it so they can adopt these type of techniques. Some of the disadvantages which I already talked, that is it is very high cost, it is cost effective. Lack of creativity in some of the cases. There is also risk of the unemployment, and some of the ethical issues are also there. In some cases, environment can also be affected by it. And these are some of the references which I followed. Now we can say farming is becoming increasingly technical, and high-tech machines allow farmers to be more accurate, decrease wastage, boost productivity and their profit margin, which are increasingly light these days. So thank you once again. I'm just stopping my topic over here. If anyone have any question, they can ask. Hello? Hello? I think
Thank you,
so.
ma'am. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Next, I would like to invite Miss. Hello, may I audible?
Yes, sure.
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Now, I would like to invite Dr. Mohammad Kabe to present on the topic air pollution, it cause and impact of health of living organism in a changes of climate. A concise review. Dr. Muhammad Kabir is assistant professor of botany of Thal University, Bakkar, Pakistan, and distinguished researchers in environmental sustainable. With over 80 research papers and a deep focus on pollution control, Dr. Kabir's work highlights the critical intersections of climate changes and air pollution. Dr. Kabir, the stage is yours.
Okay, ma'am, thank you for your brief introduction. And it is my pleasure to have you to join you in this an international conference. Please let me know that am I audible and my slides are visible to all the participants?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Today, the topic of my presentation is the air pollution, its causes and impacts on health of living organism in changing climate. a concise review. I am not going to presenting any research paper. I just want to highlight an important issue of the environment, that is environmental pollution. As we know that environment is consist on the three major components, that is air, water, and soil, and all these components are necessary for existence of life on the surface of earth. But due to the anthropogenic activity, that is the man-made activity, all components of the environments are degrading or deteriorating, or we can say that destroying. And this condition, this environmental pollution is not favorable for environment, for existence of life on the surface of earth. So the presentation layout includes the problem, that is the environmental pollution. As we know that research starts with the problem and ends with the solution. So the solution is the plantations activities. Then we will move towards the causes and effects, effect, and solution of environmental pollution, mainly focusing on to the air pollution, then pollutant types and issue, phytoremediation. As we know that in latest technology involves the AI, but we can also use the plants as a environmentally friendly source to keep the environment clean and green on the surface of earth. Then importance of a tree, then solution for pollution, plantations activity in Thala University, Bakar, Punjab, Pakistan, then environmental calendar and quotations regarding to the environment, then conclusion and recommendation, some selected certificates, and then I will show you some of my publication of 2025. So we must know what is the environmental pollution. We define it as any undesirable change in physical, chemical, and biological characteristics of the air, water, and soil that may harmfully affect to the living organism is known as the pollution. As I already mentioned that all components of the environment are deteriorating, are degrading due to the anthropogenic activity, that is the air, water, and soil. As we know that air is most important component of the environment for existence of life. So the main causes of the environmental pollution includes the overpopulation, urbanization, industrialization, transportation, deforestation, waste production, resource depletion, and so on. Its effects includes the biodiversity loss, including the plants, animals, and human, then the floods, landslides, soil erosion, endangerment of the species, natural disaster, global warming, public health problem, and so on. From the slides, you can see that causes and effects of the environmental pollutions are on large scale, but its solutions on the smalls, due to which we are facing the low quality of the environment on the surface of Earth. So the solution for the environmental pollution includes the control of the population explosion, stop deforestation, promote reforestation, fine for the illegal dumping, strict government regulations, reserve nature, reduce consumption level, reduce waste production, and so on. Here you can see in the picture that how our environment, especially the air, is being polluted. Sources of the air pollution may come from the both sides, that is outdoor pollution and indoor pollution. Outdoor pollution sources includes the construction activities, then hydrochemical power plant, volcanic eruption, transportation, automobiles, industrialization, residue burning, and forest fire, and so on. And the indoor air pollution includes the wall painting, smoking, then cooking, insect propellant, and perfumes. All these are the sources of the air pollution. Now I am confining towards my topic, that is the air pollution. Environmental pollution is on large scale. As I already mentioned that all components of the environments are deteriorating, degrading. So I will keep my focus on the air pollution. Here you can see in the picture that the anthropogenic activity, that is man-made activity on the large scale. In developing country, threshing of the crops is in open area, which can release different types of the particulate matter into all components of the environment. And then the vehicular emissions also releasing different gases into the air, which are polluting our air or our environment. Then other anthropogenic activity, that is bricks formation, burning of stocks in the open fields. All these are the anthropogenic activity which are polluting the environment. Here you can see in the slides that most of the industries are dumping their waste outside their boundary wall, and after their burning, they release different types of the pollutant into all components of the environment. It means that human is not environmentally friend, and he is destroying the natural resources or natural balance of the ecosystem on the surface of Earth, which is not only destructive for the human but even for the other living organism. This environmental pollution or air pollution is destroying the habitat of all the living organisms on the surface of Earth. Here you can see that in the next slide that anthropogenic activity, mainly industrial activities, are releasing different types of the pollutants into all components of the environment in different forms, that is solid, liquid, and gaseous pollutants. But the issue is that we use the resources extensively and then are not responsible for the consequences. We should be environmentally friendly. We should take care of the natural resources. We should keep the environment clean and green, not only for existence of the human and its next coming generation, but also for all the other living organisms which require proper habitat on the surface of the earth. Here you can see in this picture that how the burning process on the surface of earth is destroying our all component on the surface of earth. Next, in the slides, you can see that deforestation activities are on the large scale. As I already mentioned in the initial slides, that we should plant a large number of the trees to keep the balance on the surface of earth. As plants are the producer on the surface of earth, they carry out the process of the food protection by the process of the photosynthesis. So they are the main producer of the food chain. But due to the anthropogenic activity, cutting off the tree on the surface of earth, this also create disbalance in different natural resources on the earth's surface. So we should be environmentally friendly. We should take care of the natural resources, not to destroy them. As I already mentioned, that plants are the need of the surface of earth. Plants maintain the balance into all components of the environment, but we have low quantity of trees, of other plants on the surface of earth, due to which we are suffering different problems, different challenges on the surface of earth, which are necessary for existence of all the living organisms, including humans. We should provide sustainable environment to all the living organisms and even to our next coming generations, so that they can have exist on this surface of earth, which is a beautiful planet. But human is not taking care in this regard. You can see that how a plants play a role in the as a process of the phytoremediation. In different mechanism, different processes which are involved in this technique is a phyto extraction, phytodegradation, rhizofiltration, phytostabilization, phytovolatilization, phytodegradations, and so on. As I already mentioned, that plants are the producer on the surface of earth. They can produce the food chain. They are also environmentally friendly. They keep the environment clean and green. Here you can see that how phytoremediation activity can be carried out on the surface of earth by the plants, that is the water contaminated by the different types of the pollutants, including the industrial pollutant. When in all the industrial discharge mixed with the clean water, then they change the characteristics of the water, due to which water becomes polluted. And when this water is uptake by the plants, all the mechanism, all the process which I have mentioned in the previous slide, by this process plants purify the water, and then this water by the process of transpiration is released into the environment. And you can check the water vapors from the collected water vapors of the environment, that when the water will be transpired from the leaf of the plant, it has the pure character. Plants can be pure water up to the some extent. It means that plants are the purifier of the environment. We can say that plants are that organism which keep the environment clean and green on the surface of earth. So here I want to highlight the importance of the single tree. According to the Muscosol, he says a tree that lives for 50 years generates a huge quantity of $$ worth of oxygen, recycled $$ worth of the soil fertility, facilitates $$ worth of the soil erosion control, creates $$ worth of the air pollution control, and provides $$ worth of the shelter for insect, birds, and animals. Besides, it provides flowers, fruit, and seed. Our net loss is worth more than $57,381 when one tree falls are affected by the environmental pollution. Therefore, a humble request to all the community on the surface of earth is that think before you cut a tree. Here you can see that the plantations activity in our Thal University Bakhar, we have made the entrance gate with large number of the tree. We have planted a tree in large number in earthen pots in front of our academic and admin blocks. Our worthy vice chancellor also have great interest in the plantations activity, and we arrange different walks and talks regarding to the plantation in our sub campus. Our Pakistan Army also collaborated, also have collaborations in different plantations activity in our Thal University Bakhar, divisional forest officer, deputy commissioners, and all other administrative posts, administrative offices of the district also show great interest in different plantations activity, not only in our university campus, even in the whole district. Here you can see that in the environmental calendar, environment has the days, weeks, and year. There is a need that we must be environmentally friendly if we want to keep the environment clean and green on the surface of Earth. You can see that World Environmental Day is celebrated on the 5th of the June, World Population Day. That is the major problem on the surface of Earth. Due to the increased population, resources are out of our range. Resources are being destroyed, depleted. So there is a need to control the human populations on the surface of Earth so that we can use the natural resources in proper way. Then International Plantation Day is celebrated on the 18th of the August, Ozone Week, and so on. These are some of the important weeks of the environment which we must celebrate if we want to become the environmentally friends. And these are the important shares of the environment. It means that environments have the day, weeks, and the year. There is only one deficiency for the human, that is he is not becoming the environmentally friend. Here you can see that this problem of the environmental pollution is on large scale in the city areas. As I already mentioned, that different causes of the environmental pollutions are the urbanization, industrialization, transportation, deforestation, and so on. You can see that in the rural area, a large number of the trees can keep the environment in a proper form, in a balance, but in the city area, this balance of the environment is being destroyed mainly due to the large number of the building, large number of the industries and vehicles on the road. So there is a need to focus on the activities in city areas which are also being considered in the rural area. So the conclusions of my presentation is, if haphazard population growth and constructions of the new industrial structure, transportation, urbanization, and deforestation go on without the realizing the importance of the tree, which are the producer on the surface of the earth, which keep the environment in balance, then there would be more destructive environmental changes in near future, and these environmental changes are harmfully affecting the habitat of the living organism on the surface of earth. Recommendation: be a part of the solution, not pollution. Request to each and every participant of the conference is that must at least plant one. If we want a protective screen on the surface of earth, we must all make the world clean and green. This is not the local problem. That this environmental pollution, environmental degradation is a global problem. So join the green revolution and stop the pollution. Save the environment to save yourself. These are some of my certificate research productivity award which I have obtained from Pakistan Council of Science and Technology during my PhD work in 2012 and 11. And this is the one of the most highlighted paper of my research paper of 2023, which was published in Journal of King's University Science. On the opposite side, you can see the ranking of the Third University Bakhar in UI Green Matrix World University Ranking during 2024. It has attained the 840 World Most Sustainable University. And these are some of my publications of the 2025. And thank you. I would like to say my special thanks to the Karshid Bhaskar, who gave me a chance of this presentation in this an international forum. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the presentation. Next, I would like to invite Ms. Archana Dwivedi to present on the topic of precious farming and machine learning and IoT. Ms. Archana Dwivedi is an assistant professor in the Department Computer Science and Engineering at BBDITM Lucknow, with a strong focus on AI, ML, IoT, and cloud computing. Her presentation will divide into an intersection of machine learning and IoT in precious farming, showcasing how these technology can optimize agriculture practice and enhance productivity. Ms. Devedi, the stage is yours.
My slides are visible.
Yes, ma'am, your slides are
Okay.
visible.
Okay. First of all, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Uh, think I should- uh, okay. So these are the proceedings of my presentation. First, the introduction. Then it's what is smart farming. Then this is also a part of my research work. So I will share these topics with you. Uh, The next is introduction. Then agriculture. Since childhood, we have been taught that roti, kapda, makan. That is the food, clothing, and shelter. These are the three basic needs, or fundamental needs of a human. So agriculture plays a major role in serving the food industry and sustaining life. So it is nowadays it is very important for all of us to sustain it and make it green, so that it could not affect our environment, because air is also very important for us, and environment is also very, so we have to make agriculture of that level, so it do not affect others life, that is nature or animals, for its growth. Then urbanization. Due to urbanization, we have seen that agricultural lands have been used for making buildings, industries, and there are many pollution. So, the agricultural lands has been reduced, but the population is growing nowadays very fastly, and we are the first most populated country of the world. So it is urgent need for the farmers and practices to make it cleaner and healthier for living environment. Smart farming, what is smart farming? That is feasible, efficient, and effective, providing optimal growth conditions for year-round production. What is smart farming? In smart farming, we use IoT devices, that is Internet of Things devices. They use sensors for controlling the humidity, temperature, precipitation, wind speed, and all, to monitor the farmers' crops, animals, that are used for agriculture. Next, we traditional farming. Uh, since old days, we are following the traditional farming, but because with the growth of technology, it can also be used for making smart. How to make smart? That is, we know that what is hard work and what is smart work. There is difference of timing. We all are engaged in many other works. So, smart farming is something in which which takes very less time and your attention. So first of all, we have to know the difference between traditional farming and smart farming. In traditional farming, labor-intensive methods are involved. Means labor has to work manually on their field to yield crops. But in smart farming, no labor-intensive methods are involved. Means there you don't have to do work manually. You will use machines for doing that. Then in traditional farming, the crop production rate is very slower, because when there is crop rotation, at least 3 months it will take to production for suppose rice, wheat. They take 3 months for yield. But in smart farming, we use various methods so that the production rate, as compared to the traditional method, it is faster. Then uncertainty prevails in terms of yield and quality. In traditional farming, we cannot be sure about the yield, because they were totally dependent on monsoon and various other natural things. But in smart farming, yield and quality, it is pre-insured. Means we can yield this much of a crop at the end of this period. Traditional farming dependence on cattle. As a result, cattle care also comes to the picture. In traditional farming, we use various cattle for various agricultural activities. So not only on water, we also dependent on cattle. So we have to manage cattle also. This is extra work which farmers were doing in traditional farming. But in smart farming, there is no dependence on cattle at all. In traditional farming, physical presence of farmers is mandatory. Means the farmers have to be physically present there for monitoring the crops. But in smart farming, farmers can remotely monitor and handle the vertical farm. Vertical means there is no need of soil, or we can do hydroponic, means the plants can be grown solely based on the water irrigation. Means they whatever nutrients they were taking from the soil, they can take it with from water. So this can be done. And in traditional farming, knowledge and experience is essential. If you are a good farmer with the experience of 10, 20, or it is inherited from your ancestors, then you will be called as a good farmer for farming something. But in smart farming, amateur farmer means you can also farm a new comer who have no background of farming. They can also do this. Then applications of smart farming. Applications, first is climate monitoring. Climate monitoring means we use weather stations for collect data on temperature, humidity, wind speed, and precipitation. Precipitation is mainly about the moisture of the soil. How much moisture the soil should have so as to grow a crop. Then satellite imagery. We take pictures from satellite. And then sensors are used for soil moisture sensor, temperature sensor, and other sensors to collect soil and air conditions. Then drones are unmanned aerial vehicles which are equipped with cameras to take the pictures of the crops. Then artificial intelligence and machine learning algorithms are used for predict weather patterns, detect anomalies, and provide recommendations to the farmers. Then second is animal behavior. Animal behavior in smart farming, agriculture is both for crop and animal. So animal behavior is also important to collect what technology we are used for monitoring the animal behavior. Radio frequency identification tags. We have seen various yellow color tags are on the ear or some part of the cattle. It tracks their movement, behavior, or health. They are used for their to track the and then global positioning system, where they are. We can use GPS for them. Then accelerometers. It is used for monitoring their movement and feeding behavior. Then camera systems, sensors, machine learning algorithms to analyze their patterns and anomalies in their behavior. Then greenhouse automation. In greenhouse automation, we use various sensors which are used for they monitor the air quality and their conditions which are feasible for the crop. Then field and plant monitoring sensors are used for these sensors are used for taking the temperature, humidity, precipitation, and all. Then crop disease monitoring. In this, we use multispectral and hyperspectral imaging, drone-based monitoring, satellite imaging, IoT sensors, machine learning algorithms for this. Then motivation. Why we are doing this? Then, because minimum resource requirement, because we do not need so much land for a crop and all, and we also do not have to do everything by ourselves. So this can be then environment conservation. We also conserve the environment. Then year-round production. Year-round production means we can pre-calculate how much production it will yield. Then less time consuming. It is also not taking that much timing, and we are totally dependent on our machines, that is IoT and ML. Then better yield. We definitely will yield better with this. Then these are the literatures already been done on this topic. Uh, these literatures I've been studying.
Uh,
That
Thank you so much, ma'am.
okay.
Uh, I hope it ends here. And I just wanted to ask all the participants if there is any questions regarding uh, anything, they can ask freely. No, and this is a notification to all the presenters who want to present their PPTs. Today, post 1:30 p.m., we will start the PPTs. So
Okay,
if anyone
sir.
want, yes, ma'am, tell me.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much, ma'am, for this valuable session.
Okay, thank you.
And next, I would like to welcome Dr. Usha Ishwaran to present the topic on precision farming for greener future. Dr. Usha Ishwaran is the principal and professor at Mahalakshmi Tech Campus, Chennai, with over 34 years of distinguished experience in academia. Her pioneering work in integrating technology and sustainability in agriculture makes her leading expert in the field. In her presentation, she will explore how precision farming can contribute to a greener and more sustainable future for the agriculture. So, Dr. Ishwan, ma'am, stage all yours. I'll just share your PPT. I hope it is visible.
Yeah, it's
Uh,
visible.
yes, ma'am.
Can I start?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So very good morning to all present here, and I'm really happy to be part of this conference. And today my topic is precision farming for a greener future. Let me introduce myself. I'm Professor Dr. Usha Ishwaran. I'm a principal of an engineering college. I have over 36 years of experience. So let me start with our topic, that is precision farming for a greener future. So here I'm going to talk about leveraging artificial intelligence and the Internet of Things for sustainable agriculture. This is my theme today. So let me start explaining what is precision farming. Next slide. Yeah. What is precision farming? Let me define you a little bit about the precision farming. The precision farming, we can also call it as smart farming. It is an advanced agricultural approach. This will be able to leverage artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, and the automation to optimize farming practices, because this is very, very essential. A human being cannot completely monitor everything. So this technology is very essential. That is why we call it as a smart farming. So the key features of this is it uses the real-time data from sensors, satellites, and drones. As I said, humanly not possible to observe everything. So we are using sensors, satellites, and drones. And also this will help the farmers to make precise decisions about planting, irrigation, fertilization, and also the pest control. Most of the places, they'll just use the pesticides throughout the farm, which will give harmful effects. But here, when you have a targeted area where you have requirement for a pest control, you can use it, because the drones can monitor and give you the suggestions. And also how it works means it uses IoTs and sensors. So it will monitor the soil moisture, temperature, and also the nutrient levels. And AI and machine learning, we're using AI and machine learning. So that will analyze the crop health and also predict yield outcomes. So these are all certain things, we cannot depend on the human. So the crop health is very, very essential. And also we need to know when the yield outcomes come. So prediction is very, very essential. So AI and machine learning is used for that purpose. And also we use drones and robotics. This is to detect the plant diseases and also optimize pesticide use. So as I said, the drones can monitor, and also it can say where you need to use the pesticide, and also the robots, and it will be able to detect the plant diseases. For example, I can say that a smart irrigation system can automatically adjust water supply based on soil moisture levels, reducing the water wastage, because only if it is required, it is going to supply water. So that's a fantastic arrangement, which is possible only with the smart systems. So this is why I also wanted to, I'm also interested to talk about this precision farming. Next slide. Next slide. Okay. So here we are going to talk about the role of technology in precision farming, because when we use technology only, we call it as a smart farming. So let us see how it is going to be used here. So first one is, I'm going to talk about the IoT and smart sensors. So here the Internet of Things, where the sensors are installed in fields to monitor. What it will monitor? It will monitor the soil moisture, pH levels, and also the nutrient levels. And it will also monitor the weather conditions like temperature, humidity, and rainfall, and also the water availability and irrigation efficiency. So this is very, very essential. So IoTs are used to do that. So how it is going to help the farmers? Actually, it will provide real-time insights for automated irrigation and fertilization, and also it will reduce the water wastage, and it will prevent soil degradation. So these are all certain important things when we use technology, how we can safeguard so many things, and also we can precisely take care of the crop health. So, for example, the smart irrigation system detects soil dryness and automatically supply water only where it is needed. So, you can also avoid water wastage, and also you can supply water where it is necessary. Next, AI and machine learning. How AI and machine learning is going to help? So, predictive analytics. So, prediction is possible for crop health and also yield. So AI algorithms, what it does is it will analyze sensor and satellite data to predict the optimal planting and harvesting times. So this is very, very essential. And also it will also detect the pest and disease outbreaks, and also expected crop yield based on the historical data. So these are all certain things we're using a data analytics. The data we extracted or collected from the IoTs. So the AI will use its logic, and it will find out whatever is required for us, and it will help the farmers make data-driven decisions instead of relying on experience alone. Because some people can work on experience, but if you also have data, I think nothing can go wrong. So data-driven decision making is really very, very essential. And also it will reduce losses due to unpredictable climate or pest attacks. So these are all some of the use cases. And also, for example, AI-powered systems that can scan crop images and detect early stage diseases, allowing targeted treatment instead of mass pesticide. I already told you mass pesticide is not at all encouraged. So we have to use a targeted treatment. Then we can use drones and automation, because we need to monitor, and also precision spraying is required. So drones and robotics are automatic, and the aerial crop monitoring for early detection of plant stress, precision spraying of fertilizers and pesticides, reducing the overuse. Because when we just throw it, like we may use it more, and it may cause ill effects in the output, whatever we get, a fruit or a vegetable or whatever it is, the pesticides get stuck in the crop as well as in the output. So the yield. So in order to avoid all those things, we use this drones, and autonomous harvesting and weeding is also we can use, because we can minimize the labor dependency. So that is very, very essential. So this will help reduce manual labor and operational cost, and also it will improve accuracy, only treating the areas that needs intervention. So this is a very, very important thing. And then, for example, the farmers use AI powered drones. AI powered drones to scan vast fields in minutes, identifying problematic areas for targeted intervention instead of spraying entire fields. Then we use blockchain also. Why do we use blockchain? Because the supply chain transparency and food traceability is possible. So blockchain technology will secure and record data on, we can also record data on seed to sale journey, authenticity of organic and fair trade certifications, fair pricing and transparent transactions between farmers and buyers. This all will help prevent fraud and food adulteration, because blockchain is mainly used for protection. So this will help you to have a safeguard, these things. And next, coming to the next slide, benefits of precision farming. So here in benefits of precision farming, we will have a reduced environmental impact. This is highly essential, and we are talking about SDGs. So we have to be very, very careful about the damaging, our actions should not damage the environment. So precision farming will reduce excessive use of pesticides and fertilizers by applying them only where it is needed. And also it will minimize the soil degradation and water pollution, promoting eco-friendly farming practices. So this will also help in carbon footprint reduction by using AI-driven efficiency techniques. So I'll throw some light on some case studies. That is in Netherlands greenhouse farming, the Dutch farmers, they use AI-driven precision nutrient delivery system. That this will reduce the pesticide usage by 30%. And the controlled environment agriculture minimizes soil degradation and water pollution. Then optimized water usage. As I said, we should not waste water. So here we can optimize it. And the higher crop yields. So the AI-powered predictive analytics, optimize the crop growth and also the disease prevention. And the data-driven insights that will help the farmers, and because they can make informed decisions for better productivity. So that will finally lead to improved food security and profitability. So next is cost efficiency. As I said, we are not going to waste anything. Of course, we are going to reduce the cost. Next slide. Smart irrigation system. So again, the name smart comes. So we are very happy how we are going to use it. So here also we are going to use IoT sensors. So here it will measure the real-time soil moisture, temperature and humidity, and determine the precise water needs. And also weather forecast integration is possible, and automated irrigation is possible, because the smart sprinklers and drip irrigation systems, that will deliver the right amount of water at the right time. And what impact it will have on agriculture. If you see that 30 to 50% reduction in water usage and healthier crops, you will have energy savings. So these are all something which I would like to mention. Now coming to the next slide, AI powered crop monitoring. Next slide. Next slide. Okay. So AI powered crop monitoring. So here we will be having the AI and the drones, because for monitoring we need drones, and for doing some implementation working, you need artificial intelligence. So AI image analysis will be used, drone surveillance is possible, then automated decision making is possible using your artificial intelligence. So here we can also see some example like AI predicting the pest outbreaks. So the AI model analysis, it will analyze the historical weather pictures, patterns, and crop conditions to forecast the pest infestations, and also it will enable early pesticide application, because it will reduce the crop loss, because it will predict already and it will use that application. And for example, we can talk about the India's cotton farms. So here AI-driven pest prediction system reduced nearly pesticide use by 30% and increased the yields by 20%. So the key benefits, what do we have? It will reduce the manual labor, it will increase the accuracy, and also it will boost the sustainability. Next slide. So here we'll talk about the automation and robotics in farming. So in using robotics, what we can do, the self-driving tractors and the robotic harvesters use AI and GPS to plant, monitor, and harvest crops with minimal human intervention. So what will be the impact? We will have reduced labor costs, we'll have improved efficiency. It will also enhance the productivity. So here also we will use drones for precision spraying. So AI-powered drones, we can use sensors and GPS to spray pesticides, herbicides, and also the fertilizers only where it is needed. The impact is what? Reduced chemical use, protect the environment, and also covers large areas quickly, which is humanly not possible. And smart greenhouses, AI-controlled growing environments, will have AI and IoT sensors, maximizes the yield, conserves resources, and also year-round farming will keep going. And automation, sustainability, higher efficiency, more food, less impact. And then precision farming at scale, future of global food security, all these things are possible. Next slide. Now coming to blockchain and precision farming. So here, how will blockchain support? So blockchain creates a transparent and tamper-proof record of the food supply, because it keeps the data secure. So nobody can steal the data. And also every stage from planting and harvesting to processing and distribution, each and everything is recorded on a decentralized ledger. And so it will ensure authenticity, safety, and traceability of food products. And also it will ensure fair trade and organic certification. So it will verify if the food meets the organic and sustainable and fair trade standards are met or not. All these things will be verified. And also it will prevent false labeling by storing certification data securely. And also it will help farmers get fair prices by providing the authenticity of their practices. And also benefits of blockchain in precision farming is it reduces food fraud, it will enhance consumer trust, and also it will minimize their waste. So blockchain plus AI is the future of sustainable agriculture. Next slide. So, of course, when we take an initiative, we will have challenges, and we need to plan for our future. So challenges in precision farming is it will have high initial investment in technology. So advanced tools like AI, IoT sensors, and automation That will require a significant upfront cost, and also small scale farmers may struggle to afford hardware, software, and also maintenance. And first of all, they won't believe, they won't trust the technology. They will feel that they are doing the best job. So that trust factor is another thing. And also need for government subsidies is also another thing. And financial support is also a challenge. And also data security concerns will be there. So precision farming relies on real-time data collection from various sources, and also risk of hacking and data breaches and misuse of farm analytics is also possible. And we need to have strong cybersecurity measures and also blockchain integration for data protection, and also need for farmer education and accessibility. So farmers, they have to be trained. They need training to interrupt AI, or they need to know how to interpret AI-driven insights and use smart farming tools. Because now in the entire universe we have a lot of data, but many do not know how to use the data. So that has to be taught. Digital divide, because many rural areas, lack internet connectivity and infrastructure. So there should be a need for affordable, user-friendly AI solutions with multilingual support. That is another very, very important thing. And then coming to the future trends in precision farming, AI-driven autonomous farms, that is very, very interesting. AI-powered robotic systems and drones will manage planting, irrigation, and harvesting with minimal human intervention. And also the smart farms will use real-time environmental analysis to optimize the yield. Then we can also have 5G enabled precision farming solutions. So ultra fast and low latency connectivity will enhance real-time monitoring and automated decision making. So 5G is a very, very fancy word, my dear ladies and gentlemen, and it's going to do wonders in this universe. And it will also enable instant communication between the sensors, drones, and AI platforms for better efficiency. And also it will expand accessibility to remote farms, improving rural agricultural operations. So that is one thing. And then road ahead. So towards a greener future, what we need to do is a sustainable AI-powered farm, and also the policy support and technological innovation that will make the precision farming more affordable and accessible. Next slide, please. Is there any conclusion slide before this? Okay, let me conclude the session. Okay, so here what we need to do is we are transforming the agriculture. We are there is a need for investment and adoption, and also collaboration is the key. We need to have a public-private partnerships that can drive research, development, and large-scale implementation. And also, what do we need to do? Shaping the future of farming, we need to support precision farming, encourage adoption of AI, IoT, and also push for policy changes. So the future farm, the digital, the automated tractors and drones are required, smart irrigation systems are required, AI-driven dashboards are required, and sustainable green fields are also required. So here, the future of agriculture is lies in smart, data-driven decision that will benefit both farmers and the planet. So thank you so much, my dear ladies and gentlemen, and also the STM journals for this wonderful conference, and also giving me an opportunity to present my ideas. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for the presentation. Next, I would like to invite Dr. M. Fatima to present on the topic of artificial intelligence, machine learning, and the Internet of Things in the coastal ecosystem of India. Dr. M. Fatima is a professor in the Department of Electronics and Communication at Sagar Institute of Research and Technology. With over 25 years of academics and research experience, her work focuses on AI, machine learning, and IoT, and she will explore how to technology and begins applied in monitor and protect the coastal ecosystem of India, ensuring sustainability and resilience in these virtual regions. Dr. Fatima, the stage is yours.
Am I audible?
Yes,
Hello.
ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Whether my slides are visible?
Not yet, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
Is it visible now?
Yes, ma'am, it is visible.
Yes, it is.
Okay. So good morning to all of you. I would like to say thanks to Mr. Rahul who invited me for this talk. I also say thanks to Ms. Tanya and Mr. Karship for their support. I'm Dr. M. Fatima, professor in Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning Department in Saga Institute of Research and Technology at Bhopal. So this college comes under the banner of SAGE. So my today's topic is Introduction of Artificial Intelligence and Internet of Things. So first I start with some example. The AI assistants, you can see here, the Google Now, Siri, and Cortana are all intelligent digital personal assistants on various platforms like iOS, Android, and Windows. In short, they help in finding useful information when we ask for it using our voice. We can use them to make calls, send messages, send reminders. We can play the music, recognize the music, take notes, and find restaurants, check calendars, and many more. The current status of artificial intelligence, this has taken many shapes, like Siri and Cortana on the mobile phones. The video game characters like anime, the children playing, watching these characters, different characters in video games. Voice recognition, the voice recognition at Google, when we talk something, it converts into the voice, and GPS finding, and robots who do the surgeries at theater, and who can serve the food at restaurant. So this is the current status of AI, and the Google has played a major role on AI transcendence and deep learning. So deep learning is actually a machine learning based on algorithms. So the field of artificial intelligence is concerned with not just understanding, but also building intelligent entities. The artificial intelligence is a branch of science which deals with helping machines finding solutions to complex problems in a more human-like fashion. This generally involves borrowing characteristics from human intelligence and applying them as algorithms in machine or computer in a very friendly way. Some considers that intelligence to be a property of internal thought process and reasoning, while others focus on intelligent behavior as an external characterization. AI perspectives, there are two dimensions, human versus rational and thought versus behavior. So there are four possible combinations. Acting humanly, this is a Turing test approach. Thinking humanly, the cognitive modeling approach. Thinking rationally, the laws of thought approach. Acting rationally, the rational agent approach. The Turing test proposed by Alan Turing, and it was designed as a thought experiment that would
be the philosophical vagueness of the question, can a machine think? For machines to think, we would need natural language processing to communicate successfully in human language. Knowledge representation is also required to store what it knows or hears. Automated reasoning to answer the questions and to draw new conclusions. Machine learning should also adapt to new circumstances and to detect extrapolate patterns. So to pass the total Turing test, a robot or the computer need computer vision and speech recognition to perceive the world. Robotics or computer to manipulate objects and move about. Now, AI perspective, thinking humanly. So we should know the human thought in three ways. So computer should also thought in these ways. First is introspection, trying to catch our own thoughts as they go by. Then psychological experiments, observing a person in action. Then brain imaging, observing the brain in action. Once we have a sufficient precise theory of mind, it will become possible to express the theory as a computer program, and we are doing it. Next perspective, thinking rationally. The Aristotle who codify the right thinking. So to code the thoughts, the logics are developed. So logicians is actually a precise notation for the statements about the objects in the world. Programs could be solved and program described in logical notations. So the so-called logistic tradition within artificial intelligence hopes to build on such programs to create intelligent systems. The theory of probability fills this gap, and rigorous reasoning with uncertain information allows to use this thinking rational. Next is acting rational. So in this, the agents are required, which can do some act, and rational agents that act as to achieve the best outcome. So AI has focused on the study and construction of agents that do the right thing. What counts as the right thing is defined by the objective that we provide to the agent. This general paradigm is so pervasive that we might call it the standard model. It prevails not only in AI, but also in control theory, where a controller minimizes a cost function, in operation research, where a policy maximizes a sum of rewards, in statistics, where a decision rule minimizes a loss function, and in economics, where a decision making maximizes the utility or some measures of social welfare. So there are many advantages of artificial intelligence. Before advantages, see the foundation of AI, the philosophy, mathematics, economics, neuroscience, psychology, computer engineering, control theory. These are required. These foundations are required to make a machine intelligent. The state of the art, these are the applications, like the robotic vehicles. Vehicles can drive without any human being. The robot can drive it. The autonomous planning and scheduling is possible. The machine translation is possible. Whatever I am speaking, that can be converted into text or audio or video by the machine. The speech recognition, the same as I said. Some recommendations can be given by the machine, like the Google. When we do some search, we type some word, the Google start recommending. Similarly, the YouTube, if we write some text, the YouTube also start recommending. So this is the AI, and this is the artificial intelligence comes under this. So for the games, AI can be used for image understanding and conversion. For the medicine, for the medical area, the computer can do the surgeries. Computer or robots can do the surgeries. Can subscribe, can give the medicine also. So such type of applications are possible. Also, it can be used in climate science. So advantages of artificial intelligence: zero risk, like the AI is the human that can AI is that human can overcome many risks by letting AI robots to do them for us. Whether it be diffusing a bomb, exploring the deepest parts of oceans, machines with metal bodies are resistant in nature and can survive in unfriendly atmospheres. They can provide accurate work with greater responsibility and not wear out easily. 24/7 availability. There are many studies who shows that humans are productive only about 3 to 4 hours in a day. So humans need breaks and time offs to balance their work life and personal life. But AI can work endlessly without any break. They can think much faster than humans and perform multiple tasks at a time with accurate results. They can even handle tedious, repetitive jobs easily with the help of AI algorithms. The digital assistants, we have already seen some of the digital assistants like Siri. So all the big organizations these days using digital assistant to interact with the customers, which significantly minimizes the need for human resources. And you can chat with a chatbot and ask them exactly what you need. Some chatbots have become so intelligent these days that you would not be able to determine whether you are chatting with a chatbot or a human being. Different new innovations can be done with the help of this. The AI can take unbiased decisions. Human beings are driven by emotions, whether we like it or not. But AI can move without any emotions. But for this, the cost is there. It requires plenty of time and resources and cost a huge deal of money. There are many disadvantages also, like the AI cannot learn to think outside the box. AI require the algorithms, and whatever you give the data, only that much output will be provided by the AI. Creativity, the ethics will not be AI cannot generate that ethics. Only the human beings can use the ethics. If some bad person uses AI, then it can harm the peoples. But if good person use AI, then it can be advantageous to the human beings. Now, next is green AI empowering sustainable future. So green AI merges artificial intelligence with environment conscious. So it is an approach to develop and using AI that minimizes the environment impact. So green AI give priority to the eco-friendly practices, like this includes energy efficiency algorithms, power AI systems with renewable energy. Now let's move on Internet of Things. The Internet of Things is a system of interrelated computing devices, mechanical and digital machines, or it can be objects or people. So IoT is a concept of connecting any device with an on and off switch to the internet. This includes everything from cell phones, coffee makers, washing machines, etc. So organizations in a variety of industries are using IoT to operate more efficiently, better understanding customers to deliver enhanced customer services, improving decision making and increasing the value of the business. And IoT ecosystem consists of web-enabled smart devices that use embedded processors, sensors, and communication hardware to collect, send, and act on the data they acquire from their environment. So the characteristics of IoT, dynamic and self-adapting. Whatever the change come, it should be dynamic and adapt it should be self-configurable. All the IoT devices are having unique identity, and it should have the interoperable communication protocols and integrated with information network. The things in IoT usually refers to the IoT devices which have unique identities and can do remote sensing, actuating, having monitoring capabilities. The IoT devices can exchange data with other connected devices and applications directly or indirectly. It can collect the data from other devices and process the data locally, or send the data to centralized servers or cloud-based application backends or for processing the data. Perform some tasks locally and other tasks within the IoT infrastructure. Now you can see here the generic block diagram, general block diagram of IoT devices. So these IoT devices are required, like for the connectivity, the cables are required, like RJ45, Ethernet, USB host. These cables are required for the memory interfaces or for the memory storage. NAND, NOR are required for processor, CPU is required for graphics. The graphical user interface, GPU is required for the audio video interfaces. Some cables are required like HDMI, audio and video cables. For the storage, SD card, MMC card, SDA/IO cards are required. Similarly, for interfacing of sensors and actuators, these are required. UART, SPI, I2C, CAN, these devices are required. The IoT protocols, in the IoT protocol, IoT work from like application layer, transport layer, network layer, and link layer. From the application layer, data is transmitted to the transport layer, then transmitted to the network layer and to the link layer. This is the flow when some device transmits the data. But when some device receives the data, it start receiving from link layer, then network layer, then transport layer, and then application layer. So the number of protocols are available for this, like for the transport layer, TCP, Transport Control Protocol, UDP, User Datagram Protocol are available. For the network layer, the addressing is required. So IP version 4 addressing and IP version 6 addressing are used. IP version 4 addressing is used nowadays. IP version, the lots of work is going on IP version 6. For the data link layer, the different protocols, like for the cable, 802.3 protocol is required. For the Wi-Fi, 802.11 protocol is required. Data link layer protocol is required. For WiMAX, 802.16. For long range wide band network, 802.15.4 is required. So these are some of the protocols which are required for communication for IoT devices. This is the logical design of IoT, where the device is connected to the application with the help of communication, services management, and the security is also required. So there are a number of communication models like request response communication model, publish subscribe communication model, push pull communication model, consumer and entrepreneurs IoT application. Okay, so these were the communication models. Now move on the consumer enterprise IoT applications. In these applications, the wearable devices like watch or like chains. In the smart car, we are already using IoT devices to play the music, to receive or connect the call. Smart appliances, home appliances, smart buildings, the buildings which are having smart IoT devices. Smart homes, smart TV. We all of us are using already smart TVs. The internet can be played here. So this is acting as a IoT device. Smart farming is possible. For the medical area, the robots can do the surgeries. For that, the smart devices are required. For smart city, so all include for the smart city. Now, some of the example of IoT services like helmet, alert watch, smart fitness clothing, and smart running shoes. One button product is garden sensors, smart televisions. So I'm taking this one smart helmet. The sensor is connected to the helmet so that the helmet can give some of the alerts, like while impact sensors alerts direct to smartphone when a hit is too hard. Then Amazon Dash. In this, the Amazon has provided a facility to make the buttons. So you, with the help of that dash buttons, you can instantly reorder your favorite products. So you do not need to do the order again and again, go to the Amazon and find out if you are if you want to reorder, then make a button and reorder it immediately. Then Kinsa thermometer, this monitor your temperature and can call the doctor if it is required. Then connected the car, you know, the car all of us are using. So connected car is equipped with internet connections and software that allows the people to play the music, play the movies and play the music, and can give the alert. So the summary of this talk, the artificial intelligence and IoT has massive potential for creating a better world to live in. The most important role for humans will be to ensure that the rise of the AI and IoT doesn't get out of the hand, although there are both debatable pros and cons of artificial intelligence as well as of Internet of Things. But its impact is really very important. So AI and IoT continue to grow every single day and driving for sustainability for business, humans, and sustainable environment also. So thank you. Thank you to the organizers for this wonderful conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for the presentation. Next, I would like to invite Mrs. Gurpreet Kaur to present on the topic Protection Ecosystem with AI Surveillances. Mrs. Gurpreet Kaur is an assistant professor in the UIC department at Chandigarh University, with over 7 years of experience in the IT industry and academicians. Her expertise in front-end technology and data structure algorithm will offer a unique perspective on how AI surveillance system can be used to protect and monitor ecosystem, ensuring their sustainable and resiliency. Mrs. Kaur, the stage is yours.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Today, I'm going to represent a topic of protecting ecosystems with AI surveillance. So let's start with the presentation. So the contents which I'm going to cover today, that is introduction to an ecosystem protection with AI surveillance and some key technologies that it's been used for ecosystem protections and AI applications in ecosystem protections. We'll discuss about some real life examples over there and the challenges and ethical considerations that can come up when we're doing an AI surveillance for ecosystem protections and future of AI in ecosystem protection. Let's talk about the brief introduction about what are ecosystems, what are artificial intelligence. So ecosystems are vital for biodiversity and human survival. However, climate change, deforestation, and poaching threats, this delicates the environment. So to protect ecosystem, we preferably use the powerful tools, that is artificial intelligence. That is a powerful tool in environmental monitoring and conservation efforts. As human activity continues to alter natural ecosystems, the need of innovative and effective conservation strategies become more pressing. Traditional method of ecosystem monitoring and protection often rely on manual observations. That could be a time-consuming and costly and inefficient for remote areas where any human person cannot reach. So for that, AI-powered surveillance offers a transformative approach, allowing for a real-time data collection, predictive analytics, and automatic resources to environmental threats. AI-driven technologies like machine learning, computer vision, and IoT enable scientists and conservationists to monitor wildlife and detect illegal activities like poaching and deforestation, and analyze the environmental patterns more accurately than ever before. These advancements not only improve conservation efforts, but also contribute to sustainable resource management and climate change mitigations. The integration of AI in ecosystem protection represents a paradigm shift in how we interact with nature. By leveraging AI surveillance, we can enhance our ability to safeguard ecosystem, ensuring a balanced coexistence between human progressives and environmental preservations. That are the basic introduction about ecosystem and your AI technologies that can be helpful for protecting the ecosystem. If we talk about ecosystem management, so it involves the protection or restoration of natural environments like forest, oceans, and wetlands to keep them healthy and sustainable. This practice is essentially for preserving biodiversity, safeguarding water resources, addressing climate change. By maintaining health ecosystem, we support the natural balance that sustains wildlife, plant, and human communities alike. Effective ecosystem management plays a vital role in combating pollution and soil degradation, which are vital for ensuring clean air and fertile land. Ultimately, this approach helps maintain the overall health of our planet for future generations. So we'll talk about some key technologies that is being used for protecting our ecosystem. One is machine learning and data analysis. That is a predictive model which will be calculating the raw data or the live data to process that how these environmental changes are affecting our ecosystem. Computer visions, like it can identify the different type of species, deforestation and poaching activities in the forest areas. Drone and satellite imaging that can be helpful for real life monitoring. It can monitor the scenarios or the forest at the real time. IoT sensors that can be helpful to collect the air quality, your behavior of an animal, the temperature, that can be the real-time data can be collected with IoT sensors. Assortic monitoring that has been helpful for detecting illegal logging and marine life changes. If some changes has been initialized or has been noticed in the forest life or in the marine life. So we'll discuss about few AI applications that will be used for protecting our ecosystem. One is AI for wildlife monitoring. We can implement drones with AI-powered cameras that can keep a track on animal, on species, or any illegal poaching that can be prevented by the real-time surveillance with drones. Motion sensor networks, AI-powered motion sensor networks that detect wildlife movement and alert authorities in case of poaching threats. Facial recognition of animals that can be helpful to identify the animals, track their health, or detect their behavioral changes. And predictive analysis, that is an AI model which collect the data trends to predict species decline or habitat destructions. If we talk about AI in deforestation prevention, deforestation actually plays a major contributor to biodiversity loss and climate change. So satellite imagery and deep learning, that is an AI algorithm analysis satellite image to detect unauthorized logging activities during the forest area. Real-time alerts that can be prevented from an AI-based sensors that can alert any type of law enforcement about deforestation activities. Forest health monitoring can be monitored with the help of AI drones that can access the tree health, predict areas at the high risk of deforestation. Predictive modeling, AI forecast deforestation trends, helping policymakers implementing conservation measures. Because we can take up the raw data from past activities and we can predict about the future predictions, like this type of problems can be came up in the future. How AI will help for marine conservations. The ocean is home to vast number of species, but pollution, climate change, and overfishing poses serious threat to the marine life. So we can monitor AI-powered underwater cameras that can monitor the marine biodiversity and track endangered species. Acoustic monitoring, AI analyzes ocean sounds to detect illegal fishing and marine life disruption. AI in power tracking, pollution tracking can detect the oil spills, the plastic waste, and water quality changes in the oceans. Predictive modeling for marine ecosystem, AI forecasts changes in the ocean temperatures and their impact on marine life. That can also detect the sort of some earthquakes under the water that can be detected with the changes in the water temperature or their impact on the marine life. How AI can be effective for climate change analysis. AI is a powerful tool in understanding and mitigating the effects of climate change. It can predict by the help of predicting climate patterns, like what type of climate changes has been detected from the past number of years, and how environment is changing for the future aspects that can predict it with the AI models. Carbon footprint analysis, like AI tracks greenhouse gas emissions and helps industries reduce their carbon footprint. Impact assessment, AI assess the impact of human activities on ecosystem and suggest mitigation strategies. Extreme weather forecasting, AI models predict hurricanes, droughts, and heat waves to help community prepare in advance. Like if any change of climate pattern has been detected, that can give a previous warnings for users of human community, so they can prepare themselves for that climate change. How AI has been monitoring a disaster prediction. AI enhances disaster prediction and response mechanism, reducing damage to ecosystem and human settlements, like wildlife forest fire detection, flood forecasting, earthquake analysis, tsunami prediction, that can be easily detected by AI-driven technologies. Now, the next is how AI is transforming ecosystem management. By monitoring biodiversity, AI-powered systems are transforming the way we study and provide nature by analysis vast amount of data such as images, sounds, and sensor reading to identify plant and animal species at the speed and accuracy beyond human capability. Through machine learning algorithms, AI can recognize subtle patterns, differentiating between species, and even detecting special behaviors or environmental changes in a fraction of a time it would take a human researcher. Like it is very fast to detect some sort of changes in the species. This technology is particularly valuable in monitoring wildlife pollution, populations, and biodiversity across large and hard-to-reach areas. By continuing gathering the information, and that AI system can detect the early signs of species that evident decline, that these species are very rare in the forest, so that can be easily analyzed with the AI-driven systems. Predicting climate impact. AI model can analyze large volumes of climate data to forecast the effect of environmental changes, such as rising temperatures or deforestation on ecosystem. These insights enable scientists and policymakers to develop more targeted conservation strategies that help protect and preserve national habitats. By predicting future impacts, AI empowers efforts to reduce damage to ecosystem and plan for sustainable management practices, supporting a healthier balance between human activities and nature. Early detection of deforestation and illegal activities. Because with AI-driven systems, we can monitor the forest areas real time with the satellite images. So that can be very helpful for early detection of any illegal activity during the forest areas. These technologies enhances the capability to protect forest, monitor biodiversity, and promote sustainable land use practices. With AI-driven analysis, authorities can identify pattern and predict the areas at risk. It can ensure quicker response to illegal activities and better overall forest management for environmental conservations. Water quality monitoring. So with AI-driven sensors, we can continuously monitor the water quality of rivers, lakes, and ocean that can detect the signs of pollution and harmful blooms and allow early detection of potential issues. that water is polluted, that is not consumable for human beings or for animals. This technology enables quick action to prevent widespread water contaminations, safeguarding both aquatic life and human health. By identifying pollutants and monitoring changes in water conditions in real time, AI helps protect ecosystem from damages. Early intervention made possible by AI sensor supports healthier marine and freshwater environments, playing a crucial role in maintaining biodiversity in ecosystem. Invasive species control, like some species that are on threat, that are declining in numbers, that can be easily detected by the AI-driven technologies. Invasive species pose a serious threat to native ecosystem. It can disturb the biodiversity. It can be harmful for local habitats. AI tools are becoming powerful allies in managing these challenges by identifying invasive species and predicting their potential spread. By analysis, vast data, species population, migration patterns, and climate conditions, AI models provides valuable insights on where invasion species might thrive. And AI, some real-life examples that has been monitored with the help of AI for detecting some anti-poaching techniques, like special monitoring and reporting tool that is an AI system that has been used in African national parks to track poachers using motion sensors and camera traps, enabling real-time alerts and reducing illegal poaching activities. Same way, one more AI tool that is protective assistance for wildlife security that has been developed by researchers at Harvard and USC. This AI-powered system predicts poaching hotspots using past data and help rangers patrol efficiently. Next example will be Google's AI for coral reef monitoring. Google's DeepMind AI that has been utilized for analyzing underwater sound species to detect changes in marine biodiversity, and it helps researchers monitor coral reef health. AI-powered image processing that has been used to study coral bleaching patterns and predict areas most at the risk of degradation due to climate change. Third example is IBM's AI for deforestation prevention. IBM Forest Protective AI that uses the satellite imaging and machine learning to detect illegal logging activities in South America rainforest. Help conservationists take early preventive measures. Next is IBM Watson and Global Forest Watch collaboration. That AI-driven monitoring for deforestation trends, providing governments and NGOs with crucial data to enforce forest conservation laws. AI in Amazon rainforest protection. Rainforest Connection RFCs are non-profit using AI acoustic monitoring to detect illegal logging and chainsaw sounds in real time. It will collaborate with indigenous communities. That application provides real-time data to indigenous groups, help them provide or protect their land from deforestation and encroachment. Then AI in smart farming in agroforestry. Precision aggregation agriculture using AI, AI-powered drones and IoT sensors optimize crop management. It reduces the pesticide use and increasing yields while preserving biodiversity. Agroforestry monitoring, AI analyze tree growth patterns and help maintain sustainable farming techniques by balancing agriculture productivity and ecosystem prevention. Now we'll discuss about some challenges that can be faced for ecosystem protection and some ethical considerations that has to be taken care when we are using in AI-driven systems or AI-driven applications for ecosystem protections. One will be data limitation and accessibility. that we cannot gather the accurate data or the real-time data for the remote areas. For that, some data limitations has been there because we don't have any type of previous data for that areas. High implementation cost. Obviously, when we're using AI-driven technologies, that cost a lot for building them, the technologies, and using them for the deforestation or biodiversity. Technological barriers in remote regions where a human person cannot reach. Only the satellite imaging that can be possible in those areas. Ethical concerns in AI surveillance. Some is like privacy concerns and potential misuse of AI data. Because whenever AI will gather some data or information from users from different areas that can be hacked if some data has been available on internet or on some platforms on servers that can be hacked, so that can be misused for so that can a privacy concern is there. For that, ethical concerns in AI surveillance is required. Bias in AI models affecting decision making. If that AI models which we are using for detecting the threats that has been biased for some particular region or area, that can create or affect the decision making of environmentalists. Ensuring AI does not support human expertise but enhances it. So that means we should not entirely depend on an AI system. That should be just for the help of human experts. But otherwise, the major concerns that has to be created from the human expertise. Next, we'll discuss about some future of AI in ecosystem protection. The first point which we'll take, that is AI for conservation. Like AI-powered biodegradable sensors for real-time data collection, AI-driven ecosystem mapping to monitor biodiversity changes, AI-enhanced habitat restoration by analyzing environmental data, AI-powered renewable energy that can be held for solar energies, wind, hydro energy sustainability, smart grids managed by AI for effective energy distribution. How we can implement AI in smart cities for green living. Like AI-driven smart cities reduce carbon footprint and pollution. AI-managed waste reduction and recycling initiatives. Next is collaboration between AI and conservationists. Partnership between AI developers and environmental experts for better solutions. It can increase funding and global cooperation for AI-driven conservation projects. Thank you all. That's all from my side. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, ma'am, for the presentation. Next, I would like to welcome Ms. Shivani Pahuja to present on the topic of generative AI modules in biodiversities and ecosystem restorations. Ms. Shivani Pahuja is an assistant professor at MRIIRS with over 7 years of experience in the field of computer science. Currently pursuing a PhD in artificial intelligence and machine learning. She will explore how generative AI modules can leverage in the critical area of biodiversity and ecosystem restoration, providing innovative solutions for preserving our natural environment. Ms. Pahuja, the stage is yours.
She will join us in the next 2 minutes.
Okay, Karshit.
She is facing some network issues. She will join in a few minutes. Please stay with us.
Hello, am I audible? Yes, am I
Yes,
audible?
ma'am.
Okay.
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Okay.
Now, I would like to welcome again Ms. Shivani Pahuja to present on the topic Generative AI Modules in Biodiversities and Ecosystem Restoration. Ms. Shivani Pahuja is an assistant officer at MRIIRS with over 7 years of experience in the field of computer science, currently pursuing a PhD in artificial intelligence and machine learning. She will explore how generative AI module can be leveraged in the critical area of biodiversities and ecosystem restoration, providing innovation solutions for preserving our natural environment. Ms. Pahuja, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity so that I can explain some of the crucial and very important steps related to the biodiversity, how generative AI can be used for protection of our biodiversity. So just presenting my screen, let me know if it is visible to everyone. Is my screen visible? May I know, please?
Yes, ma'am. It is.
Okay. Just hold on, share. Hope the screen is visible again.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
So a very good afternoon to everyone present here in this conference. Thank you again for giving me this opportunity. Right now in this today's session, we'll be exploring some of the generative AI models in biodiversity and ecosystem restoration. Moving on to the basic concepts of generative AI in biodiversity restoration or ecosystem restoration, let's have a little bit introduction that what basically the generative AI is. So as we had a discussion yesterday also regarding what the generative AI is, so it is a part of AI, a depth part of AI, which is used to generate the new content. Whatever we were doing with the traditional AI was a bit different compared to the generative AI. There we were making the predictions, we were making some of the, we can say we were having various kind of logistics and regression kind of things. But generative AI is basically giving us the new content and making our schedule, making our daily life very much easier comparatively. Now, how this is used to leverage, how this makes use in the biodiversity restoration, will explain over that. So not only the generative AI refers to the generation of new data, but also it makes the prediction. It have a lot of different kind of networks, different kind of algorithm inside it. One of the most important technique is GANs. Everyone must have heard about it. It is generative adversarial network, which have two kind of components inside it. One is the generator and second is the comparator. So they works with each other in order to create the content with great accuracy. It have some more deep learning algorithms inside it, which can later be used for the generating such content that helps us to create the material, the models that actually later on can help us for restoring our ecosystem. So moving on to the, let me just start with it again. Yes. Now, how it is helpful for the conservation is, of course, it has brought a great revolutionization when we talk about the biodiversity conservation, as it provides various advanced solutions. So this presentation will completely explore the AI's role to address the environmental challenges and various kind of solutions. Now, for moving on to the various concepts, let's discuss that how biodiversity conservation matters, why actually it matters, why it is so important for us. So it is a crucial part for making our ecological balance, maintaining the resilient ecosystem, and in order to perform all these things, the basic concept under is the supporting life on Earth, which consists of supporting life, consists of human beings, the every creature on the Earth. So loss of diversity or biodiversity not only leads to the habitat destruction, but it has a wide impact, a diverse effect on the climatic change and species extinction. As we, if we look at the history, we can say that lot of species are there which have become extinct now. They are not more even with us, that we must have just studied about it, and they are no more with us right now. So if in this way the extinction process will be continued, then lot of species, lot of different various creatures on this earth won't be able to survive more. There won't be a sustainable life. Now, whatever the challenges we are facing in ecosystem restoration, they are basically the deforestation, which is increasing at a high rate nowadays. Basically, it is taking place due to the urban expansion. Everyone is just moving towards the urbanization. Everyone is just leaving the we can say the rural areas and moving on to the urban towards metro cities. Everyone wants to be settled out over there because of more facilities, because of more modernization. And next, coming to the pollution, which is again a very, very important challenge, actually putting a lot of diverse affection on the ecosystem. Climatic change and invasive species in our native habitat, all these key components are making it a very much challenging, means restoration of our ecosystem is becoming very much challenging for us nowadays. Now, how AI can help us, how AI can perform a key role in conservation, how the efforts of the AI can help us to bring down the challenges of our restoration. The very first point here comes the real-time monitoring. there are a lot of AI methods, AI algorithms, AI models that have been developed, which give us the opportunity to do a real-time monitoring, where we can say that what kind of activities are being done. There is a predictive modeling, an automated restoration process, which is really, really helpful when we compare it to the manual processing. Because manual processing itself is a very slow speed process, and it is not that much fruitful when we compare to the automated restoration processes. It helps us to protect the wildlife. Of course, it will be impacted. Along with that, we can manage the natural resources, the renewable resources, and hence the conservation strategies. If we'll be able to store our natural and renewable resources, of course, the coming generation, the future generations will be going to be benefited by this. Now, what are different key generative AI models have been used? The very first one over here is CNN. The CNN refers to the convolution neural networks. So it is part of the neural network only. Basically, these neural networks are used for the image recognition. Whenever we are dealing with the image part, we want some analysis or synthesis for the image. We use this kind of networks. Again, after the CNN model, we have transformer model, which makes use of the encoder and decoder, two components. And if we want to make a data analysis, we go for these transformer kind of models. Then we have GANs, again, the generative adversarial networks. This GAN model is basically used for simulating the ecosystem changes. Now, in the upcoming future, there might be more challenges can come. There can be more kind of extinction of the species. So we don't know it, but yes, we can perform a simulation that how a ecosystem can change and how we can tackle that kind of change using the various common AI models. So the important model comes over here is AI-powered predictive ecosystem model. Now, prediction is one of the important key factor here that help us to make the simulation, that help us to analyze the environmental data. But AI-powered predictive ecosystem helps us to gain that things with more accuracy and more efficiently. So these models analyzes the environmental data. They can track the climatic patterns, and on the basis of that patterns, it makes the prediction. It also helps to assess the potential risks related to it, so that we should be prepared in advance how to deal with these kind of risks in the future. It helps in the conservation. It helps conservationists to make the data-driven decisions also, not only the manual decisions, but also the data-driven decisions. Moving on to the next, one of the very important part here of our habitat, that is the wildlife, on which we are dependent directly or indirectly. So how can we provide the conservation to the wildlife with the help of generative AI? Is it helps in the conservation. We must have gone through the use of drones, which are automated. They are able to monitor, they are able to capture the data on a very wide scale, which is not at all efficient if using the manual methods. So these drones are basically, we can say, they are integrated with the camera traps. It can captures the situations, it can capture the complete scenario at a very wide scale. And also a bioacoustic monitoring takes place through these kind of drones. So what basically benefit we are getting out of it, that we are able to track the endangered species, so which helps us to prevent the illegal poaching. Now, how AI can help us for the species identification and tracking? Like in the previous slide only, we have seen that it helps us for the wildlife conservation, but how? The question arises here is that how we can do that. So here is the answer, that we have various algorithms like computer vision and machine learning algorithms are there, based on which we can make a classification, identification of the species. So it helps us to recognize their behavioral patterns, and later on we can develop the algorithm that gives us the output of that it will be able to basically differentiate between the organisms on the basis of their looks, we can say. Even if we train the algorithm with a wide data set also, so it will be giving us the differentiation, and it will be making a classification over that. So in this way we can make a species identification and tracking process very easy. Now there are various reforestation strategies which are not more the manual only, but the AI driven also. The basic example we have seen for the drones, that for the wildlife, if we can say, they can make a wide range capturing of the scenarios. Also the drones which are basically AI optimized, they make more efforts by planting more trees efficiently. Like if we talk about the manual methods, we are not able to we are not able to get the proper ways or the mapping for the plantation efficiently, whereas if we use the drone technology, we are directly getting the proper places where we can have more plantation that can be more helpful for our reforestation. It also makes great efforts for monitoring the soil health, so that more crop yield is there, and later on which is helpful or effectful for us only, and predicting the optimal growth conditions, so that in the later part, in the future, we'll be getting the more and more crop yielding. Now, how AI can helpful for the marine and ocean conservation, which is a great part of our biodiversity, and generally this particular area of marine and ocean conservation remains untouched. But nowadays most of the researchers are working on this area also, as this area is little bit challenging, because we know that whatever the AI driven drones are there or satellite monitoring options are there, they need to be underwater for catching out all the processes. So this can help us to track the ocean biodiversity to a great extent. Also it helps to prevent the illegal fishing and restore the coral reefs. So it helps to get the proper data, and it gives us the restoration of the marine and ocean conservation to a large extent. Now the very key challenge and important factor here is the pollution, which is again a complete wide topic on which we can have a large discussion, that it is actually affecting our daily life in a very slow manner. There are n number of types of we can say the pollution we know about. We are studying from our early classes only, the water pollution, the soil pollution, the air pollution, and n number. But how we can make the detection and how we can provide the mitigation against them? So the proper technique that we have developed is the using the AI is the sensors. Now, what these sensors are performing for us is they are trying to detect the pollutants in the air, water, and soil, basically. So we have three basic kind of pollution with us that are affecting the human as well as the biodiversity with a great extent is air, water, and soil. So these sensors are trying to detect the pollutants in these three components, air, water, and soil. So what is basically happening? They are detecting by providing the real-time alerts. Now, only the sensors are getting the real-time alerts so that we can prevent the various hazards that are related to our environment. So in this way only, we'll be collecting the data from the environment and later on putting them in our models to support the sustainable practices in order to meet our goals. Now, for the climate change predictions also, as we have learned in the last yesterday's session also, various machine learning models have been developed that helps us to analyze the climate data so that we can make the future predictions to forecast the extreme weather events. Now, for example, if we are able to know the upcoming 4 days weather, so for an example, if that is the extreme weather is there, that as we can say the storm is about to come or something like that, then we can make some proper ways to protect the complete habitat from it to a large extent. So not only the weather forecasting, the deforestation trends can also be analyzed, and this directly or indirectly impacts the human activities and helps us to store our global biodiversity. Now, how the AI can play the role in restoring the endangered habitats is it helps by identifying various areas which may be the suitable for rewilding, for monitoring the ecosystem health, and simulating the restoration outcomes. Now let's do some, we have done some comparison between the manual AI or the traditional AI methods and the AI methods and the traditional restoration methods. And we concluded that traditional method includes the manual data collection. So later on, it leads to the slow decision making. Due to slow decision only, we were not able to cope up with some of the some of the risks that were there, and hence it leads to the limited scalability only just due to the manual or the traditional ways. Now, when with the evolvement of the AI powered restoration methods, there comes the concept of automated monitoring, which help us to have the real time predictions based on the training, and it leads to the efficient and large scale deployment of the various algorithms. So here from the chart also we can say in the context of speed, the traditional methods were really very slow and manual, whereas this is real-time monitoring and automation is being provided with the AI. Accuracy, human. If we talk about the accuracy, so in the traditional methods, there might be some human error may come, but the AI powered methods, they are also, we cannot say it is 100% accurate, but they are also highly precise models. For scalability, traditional methods limited to very, very small areas because of the slow process only, whereas AI powered methods covers very large scales ecosystem just because of the automation. And related to the cost also, high operational cost is there for the traditional methods. Although developing an algorithm for various kind of we can say various challenges is costly, but yet compared with the traditional method, this is cost effective when compared for the long run. Now, predicted power is very, very limited when we were using traditional methods in the history, but the AI models predicts the future trends very on a very large scale. And compared to the adaptability in both the cases, traditional methods were very, very static. They were not able to deal with the variations, whereas the AI powered methods are dynamic. They are learning based solutions because we are basically making the machine to learn firstly, and later on that learning only it is giving us the outputs. It is giving us the either the classification or the we can say predictions. So what were the challenges and the ethical considerations of AI here is various ethical concerns are there. There can be data biases to a very a limit only, we can say. So computational cost is there, as I explained in the previous slide also, and the dependence on large data set for model training. This is a key challenge, we can say. The dependency on large data set is a key challenge because getting the data set or creating the data set itself is a challenge. But there must be a wide variety of the data inside the data set so that we can make a proper training of the model. Now, if we won't be training the model with the proper data set or with the proper training, then of course there are chances that we won't be getting the accurate result or a good accuracy, which tends to the factor that we will not be get that much kind of efficiency that we were getting compared to the manual method. There are some future advancements that can be taken place. That basically there can be self-learning algorithms, as we have self-driving cars nowadays. So there can be some improved satellite monitoring that covers a huge area, and AI-driven policy recommendations for the conservation effort. Some policies recommendation must be there, as we are getting recommendations on the YouTube. Whatever we are liking, that we are getting as a recommendation on the YouTube also. So similarly, for this, we will be getting a lot of policy recommendations for the conservation efforts. And there are some real-world AI projects in biodiversity. Basically, it includes the Google's Wildlife Insights. So we can go on and explore all these projects that are happening in real life. Another one is IBM's AI-driven climate modeling, and various other AI-powered reforestation initiatives are taking place worldwide. Now, this is very, very important because the basic component of every campaign or every awareness is the public itself. Now, until and unless we, the humans, won't be understanding the importance of restoration, nothing can be happened. So, AI-powered conservation campaigns should be there. That basically takes with the help of social media, the mobile apps, and the gamified citizen engagement, so that we can promote the biodiversity protection, and the more and more community participation should be there. Everyone nowadays is completely dependent on the social media. We are not much more dependent on the manual, or we can say the traditional methods like reading the newspaper or reading the books now, no more. So we are making the social media and mobile apps usage more and more. So we should also be making more awareness on such platforms. Such AI-driven conservation campaigns should be organized in order to make awareness for the public. So here I would like to conclude that whatever the future of AI is in ecosystem restoration is basically going to have very immense potential for the revolutionizing the biodiversity conservation along with the ecosystem. So by leveraging most of the AI developments, AI models, we can build more and more sustainable future for our planet, for our Earth. And before ending, I would like to have some list of these recent advancements that have taken place for the biodiversity conservation. Most of the researchers nowadays working on these kind of topics, these kind of research areas. So they include the AI-powered satellite monitoring, where the real-time tracking of the deforestation, the habitat loss, and the climate patterns can take place. So bioacoustic monitoring is there, which basically analyzes the animal sounds so that it can make a classification of the species, and later on it can accurately detect the ecosystem health. Then AI-driven genetic research is also going on, which tries to predict the species adaptation for the climate change through the genome analysis. Then we have drones for the conservation, as we have explored the drones for the conservation in our presentation, also help for assisting in the reforestation, wildlife monitoring, and poaching prevention. For AI-powered restoration methods, we have simulations so that we can be able to optimize our conservation strategies for the future. Then we have deep learning for the species identification. Now, there are a lot of methods, a lot of algorithms that have already been developed for it, but now we are fighting for the high accuracy models so that more and more tracking and classification of the endangered species can take place. Then we have last but not the least, again, that is AI-powered climate prediction. So various machine learning models are there, which are helping researchers to predict the environmental risks and later on help them with the interventions. And directly or indirectly, all these kind of research advancements are helping environmentalists to make a complete restoration of our biodiversity and our ecosystem. So that's all from my side. Yes, I'm done from my side. If you have any queries, we can have a discussion. Yes, anyone from NSTC? I'm done with my presentations. We can move ahead
Thank
now.
you so much, Pam. Now it's time for paper presentation. I would like to welcome Mr. Kashyap Bhaskar to introduce our presentator. Welcome, Kashyap sir. Now stage is yours.
Thank you, Chitra ma'am, for introducing me. So, guys, let's start with the paper presentation in a few minutes. I will start calling your name, and you may just start sharing the screen and even turn on your cameras if you want. And then, like, after you're done with presentation, you may just update on there, and we'll call out the next name then. Yamini, are you there? You may start with the paper presentation.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon, all. My PPT slide are visible.
Yes, it is.
It's visible or not?
Yes, Yamini. Visible.
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, all. I am Yamini Narayan Deshwena, Assistant Professor in Civil Engineering Department, Sri Shivaji Institute of Engineering and Management Studies, Parbhani. My Sustainable Conference 2025 paper title was AI Powered Solutions for Sustainable Waste Management in a Construction Project. This is my presentation framework. Is abstract, introduction, literature review, methodology, results and discussion and conclusion. Abstract. Why I'm taking this paper title? Because in the construction industry is a significant contributor to a global waste, challenges to sustainability and environmental health. This research explores AI-powered solution for sustainable waste management in a construction project, focusing on optimizing waste reduction, recycling, and resource efficiency. This AI technology optimizes the waste processes, waste reduction, enhance recycling, cost efficiency, and sustainable practices. The growing problem of construction waste, a global perspective. What the global perspective for this growing problem of construction waste? First is the environmental impact. The construction waste contributes to a landfill overflow and a pollution. Second is the economic burden. Waste disposal cost increase project expenses significantly, and resource depletion. The material extraction add to ecological damage and waste. By using this AI, leveraging advanced technologies such as machine learning, IoT, and computer vision, AI-driven system enable then real-time monitoring of waste construction sites. Introducing the AI revolutionizing waste management. What is the AI? Intelligent analysis. AI is an algorithm analyze data to optimize the waste management strategies. Next is automated processes. AI-powered robot automate waste sorting and recycling tasks. Then sustainable solution. AI enable eco-friendly practices and minimize environmental footprint. The AI is in this AI, the IoT sensors and data analytics provide insight into waste pattern, while machine learning models predict future trends and material requirements, helping to minimize the excess and prevent overordering. AI is literally is a very good scope to any department to develop the certain things, to develop the certain areas uh, for this economic sustainability. Next, AI, drawing-based sorting and recycling, enhancing efficiency. How AI is used to the recycle the construction waste. First is a waste identification. Next is a automated sorting, and then quality control. First, we have used to some AI algorithm to find out the waste identification. Then we have to segregation or separate the recyclable materials from the waste, and then we have to AI ensure the high quality recycled material by using the quality control. Next is predictive analytics for waste generation, proactive planning. First is data collection, then predictive modeling, and then resource optimization. In this data collection, AI gather data on material uses and waste patterns. Second is a predictive modeling, AI forecast waste generation based on project parameters. Third is the resource optimization. Proactive planning reduces the waste and improve the efficiency. These are some of my literature reviews. In this literature review, we have to find out the how AI and these algorithms are used in a various and previous research paper, and what we have got. The first literature review, we have the construction waste generation. Next literature review, we find out the need for advanced technology, then machine learning predictions, AI data driven insights, support for circular economy, traditional waste management inefficiencies, AI's roles in a waste management, IoT sensor tracking, and computer vision for a waste segregation. In this literature review, we have to actually find out the how AI and these algorithms are used in a various sector or uh, various type of department or branches the AI are used. Next is optimizing material uses AI for a construction design. First is the design analysis. AI analyzes construction design for material efficiency. Second is a material selection. AI recommends a sustainable and cost-effective material. Third is a waste minimization. Optimized designs reduce waste generation during the construction. Next is a case study in implementing AI in a real world project. First, when we have to get a case study, we have overlooked the project. First, implementing the AI based solution in a building project. Second, we have the achieve the results, significant reduction in waste volume and disposal cost. And then is a lesson learned. What lesson we have to learn in this case study? So data integration and training are crucial for this success. Next is the benefits or cost saving, environmental impact, and regulatory compliance. What are the benefits we are using the AI algorithms in this construction waste management? First is a cost saving. AI waste management offers many benefits. Optimize resource, minimize waste and lower expenses, reduce the pollution, enhance environmental protection, ensure compliance with waste disposal regulation. We have some methods are used with using the AI algorithm, like waste reduction, then improve the recycling, cost saving, environmental impacts. These are the some benefits regarding the AI algorithm. Last is the results and discussion. What results are found out to this in this research topic? First is the cost saving. Optimized material uses leads to significant reduction in the disposal and procurement cost. Next is the resource efficiency, then sustainability, alignment, improve recycling, and waste reduction. These are the main results and discussion we have to find in these AI algorithms. Next, what the challenges are consideration, like data privacy, implementation, and integration. These are the three challenges we have to consider in this AI algorithm construction waste management. Last is the future of AI in a construction waste management, innovation and sustainability. We have to use the AI algorithm in future also. So what kind of percentage we have to gain? What Waste reduction, 90% of waste reduction in a significant potential for reducing the landfill waste, 30% cost efficiency, and 100% sustainability. What is the main motive or main conclusion in this significance of the AI? By reducing the waste, minimizing the landfill, and lowering the carbon emissions, contributing to environmental sustainability, and these all the technology drive economic growth and create a smarter, more sustainable industry practices for the future. Uh, Thank you. Thank you so much. If you have any question.
Thank you, Yamini, for the presentation. Now I will call out next name. So, Radhika, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, you may start presenting.
Thank you so much. Let me share my screen first. And is my screen visible? The poster?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Thank you so much to the esteemed community for this opportunity. My name is Radhika Lampuse, and I work in the industry as a solar energy analyst at DNV Energy USA. Our paper is called Solar Powered Irrigation, a Sustainable Solution for Energy and Water Challenges in Rural India. The idea for this paper germinated from the persistent challenges that farmers in India face due to inadequate rainfall, limited energy access, and high dependency on expensive water resources. Due to this, these issues contribute to a cycle of debt and distress in the rural communities, particularly in the drought-prone regions of that of Vidarbha, Maharashtra. And this is the region I come from as well, so this hit close to home. This paper presents the design and feasibility analysis of a solar-powered irrigation system aimed at alleviating these challenges, built under the PM Kusum scheme, which is the Pradhan Mantri Kisan Urja Suraksha Evam Utthanam Mahabhiyan. The proposed system combines solar energy generation with net metering technology to provide affordable electricity for irrigation and generate additional revenue by selling surplus energy back to the grid for the farmers. So the primary research question that our paper is solving is, how feasible is the implementation of a solar-powered irrigation system under the PM Kusum scheme in addressing the challenges of water and energy access for farmers in drought-prone regions of India? So for this paper, we assumed a system definition, and this is the system, like all assumptions in all the aforementioned feasibility analysis are based on this system definition. This system includes a community of 3 farmers that are located in Vidarbha, and each farmer owns 2 hectares of land. That is a total of 6 hectares. And each farmer also owns 2 irrigation pumps, which is a total of 6 pumps in total. And each of these farmers cultivate the crop of cotton. So this system basically defines what all assumptions will be included in the technical analysis and the financial analysis discussed later particularly. The methodology of our paper basically covered 5 assessments. They were market assessment, regulatory analysis, technical feasibility analysis, financial feasibility analysis, and risk and impact assessment. Each of these sections answered several questions about how feasible this system can occur in this scenario. The key findings for the market assessment were as follows. The opportunity. Vidarbha's climate and high solar insolation make solar irrigation an efficient and cost-effective alternative to unreliable grid electricity and expensive diesel pumps. The government policies and subsidies under the PM Kusum support adoption with net metering, providing additional income for farmers. So the opportunity was definitely good. The barrier risks to enter this system, was challenges included financial constraints for the farmers, limited grid infrastructure to actually connect solar to the grid, high initial costs, maintenance issues, and regulatory hurdles. Farmer awareness and social acceptance also impacted adoption because it was important for farmers to understand what this technology does. And lastly, market potential. Maharashtra's large agricultural sector with over 15 million farmers presents a significant opportunity. Growing water demand and policy support for renewable energy enhance solar irrigation's viability. So these are the things we learned from the market assessment. Coming to the regulatory analysis to understand what sort of government subsidies and initiatives there are to help this project be successful. So the PM Kusum that I talked about just earlier, it was launched in 2019, and this government initiative promotes solar irrigation by reducing reliance on diesel and grid power while enabling farmers to earn from surplus electricity through net metering. There are three components in this scheme, but the primary funding incentive of this is that 30% of subsidy is provided by the central government and 30% by the state subsidies. And the rest, 40%, is on the farmer to contribute. But the scheme has good advantages for farmers to connect with banks for obtaining financial support easily. So this policy helps the farmers a lot to enter this domain of solar irrigation, which otherwise would be a big hurdle. Now coming to the technical feasibility analysis, which was one of the major parts of the study. It was important to understand that can a solar plant be actually placed and a system be developed so that it can offer efficient and enough energy for the solar irrigation throughout the year for cotton plant, specifically for the system. So firstly, determination of energy requirements for irrigation were done. This was found that the energy requirements for specifically cotton and for the system of 3 farmers, 6 hectares and 6 pumps was around 135 kilowatt hours a day. And after this determination of energy requirements, determination of the solar project capacity were done. So that we put enough solar panels on the ground there to produce enough electricity. Thirdly, selection of project location was done. And for this project location, the solar resource availability using Solar Anywhere, which is a popular satellite source of solar irradiance, was done. So after this point, after selection of the location, determination of the energy and capacity, it was time to understand what all inputs need to go for the solar simulation of this project. So for that, selection of equipment was also done based on what type of modules, what type of inverters, and so on will be used, and what the loss assumptions for this module would be. And all these inputs were then put into PVSYST, which is a popular energy modeling solar software used in the industry. And all these inputs helped us to model this in PVSYST. And after PVSYST, after the modeling was done, PVSYST outputs a file which basically tells us every hour of the year, which is called an 8760 file, how much energy is created by the solar project. And it was found that at least 90% of the time, 135 kilowatt hours a day is definitely generated by the solar system. Therefore, it was concluded that it was a successful system for the energy requirements of those of the plant that we are, and the irrigation of the farm that we are looking for. Now, coming to the financial feasibility, because it is also important for the project to not just be technically feasible, but also financially feasible, because at the end of the day, the farmers are putting 40% of the cost via either a loan, which is assumed for this case, or if they have personal funds. But for this scope, we have assumed that the farmer would be taking a loan. So it was the financial feasibility analysis was done by creating a solar financial model, and the considerations for this financial model were one, the capital costs. So the capital costs were solar equipment that needs to be put on the ground, and the system constructions, and as well as the irrigation infrastructure, like any kinds of pumps or connection of these pumps to the grid and to the solar plant. Secondly, we come to the operational costs. The operational costs are those which happen continuously over the period of time, as opposed to capital costs, which are like a one-time investment. So operational costs included operation and maintenance of the plant, like not just the solar part, but even the irrigation side, and the land cost. Land cost is basically the farmer would have cultivated cotton on that land, but instead solar plant needs to be set up there. So what's the cost that is required? And also all the cotton farming expenses, like various expenses that a farmer has to go through, like seeds, fertilizers, pesticides, and so on. So these were the operational costs. The third was the revenue sources. So what we talked till now was like the negatives. Now coming to the positives into the model, that is the revenue sources. So there were two types of revenue sources inside our model. First was the net metering. Net metering is basically an idea where farmers can sell the surplus energy. It was found in the technical feasibility analysis that a lot more energy is generated as compared to what the requirement is, and definitely during the time where cotton is not cultivated. It is assumed that cotton will only be cultivated during the 5-month growing cycle. So the farmers can sell the electricity back to the grid for a price, which is definitely a revenue source. And also the cotton crop sales after the cycle ends. And lastly, the debt and subsidies. So the government subsidies that we already talked about, the 60% subsidies and the agricultural loan. So after crunching up the numbers in the financial model, the IRR was calculated to be 9.7%, indicating that the project was financially viable. So we found out that not only is the project technically viable, but is also financially viable, and the farmers would be making up their money in no time. And lastly, the last part of the study was the risk impact assessment to understand what are the risks and impact that would occur if this project is established. The first was the stakeholder risks. These include financial constraints, regulatory uncertainties, and a lack of technical expertise that may hinder adoption. Limited grid infrastructure in rural areas is definitely a major point to affect reliability. Second, coming to the environmental impact, solar irrigation reduces carbon emissions as it replaces fossil fuel dependence, but risks groundwater depletion and habitat disturbance. Smart irrigation and agrivoltaics can help mitigate these risks. And the third, social impact, increased agricultural productivity, job creation, and energy independence benefit communities. They can create more jobs in the communities, but challenges include resistance to new technology, unequal resource access, and potential land use conflict. So this was the result of the risk impact assessment. In conclusion, the solar power irrigation system under PM Kusum offers a sustainable and cost-effective solution for farmers, reducing reliance on fossil fuels while ensuring energy security. With financial incentives, improved agricultural productivity, and environmental benefits, this approach enhances rural livelihoods and promotes long-term economic and ecological resilience in India's agricultural sector. Thank you so much. This was all.
Thank you for the presentation, Radhika. Now I would actually like to call Garishma for the presentation. Are you there, Garishma? You may start the presentation. You are not audible, Garishma. Garishma is actually facing some issues. So let's call the next one. Nisha, ma'am, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you may start presenting, please.
Okay, sir. Sir, my screen is visible or not? Hello.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nisha Madan, and I am doing PhD in Banasthali Vidyapit. And here is my work, that is predicting academic achievement of higher education students in machine learning approach. In this paper, I include all this content that are described in here. First of all, introduction. The educational institutes has primary goal to provide best education and inculcate value to become successful in nation and international and ranking rate in by using artificial intelligence is transforming education by enhancing learning experience through intelligent tutoring, personalized assessment, and adapting virtual environment. AI driven tools improve student engagement and digital literacy collaboration among academic, industry, and lawmaker that is essential for sustainable educational innovation. SDG 4 emphasize inclusive, equitable, and high quality education that are promote lifelong learning opportunity for all. And here last is the fivefold education, that is Panchmukhi Siksha, and ensure holistic student development that include physical, mental, cognitive, and improve their ethical value. And academic achievement directly influence institutional ranking through the improved reputation and performance matrices. Prediction of student academic performance focuses on the application of machine learning, and second is analyzing factor and variables have impact on performance. This work implies machine learning algorithm in education to develop models predicting student achievement based on their learning behavior, social platform usage, and psychology factor. We identify the best model by comparing the prediction result obtained by different machine learning algorithm. Here is the literature review that I did for my research work. And methodology include 4 steps. First is data collection and pre-processing method. Second is model development and training. Third is model evaluation, and last is analysis of data. In first data collection, I have collected 200 ingenious student and data through questionnaire that include behavior, psychology aspect, social platform usage, and academic performance. Total 20 features are included in data set, that is data engagement, regularity, punctuality, seriousness, study at home, social platform uses, extracurricular activities, lecture notes, sleeping disorder, negative emotion, academic performance, feeling negative emotion due to heavy workload, and last is data cleaning, handling missing value and removing duplicates and ensure data integrity, enhancing predictive model reliability, transforming feature transformation and aggregation to improve model performance, deeper insight into factor influencing student academic success. And in model development and training process, we include data splitting. In training set, we include 10% set for training and testing for 30%. And that prevent overfitting. And next step is hyperparameter tuning. For method, we use parameter tuning for our method. Hyperparameter tuning is again divided into category: grid search and the random search. We use this to enhance our model performance by identify the best configuration for predictive accuracy. And the last is model evaluation. We use cross validation and performance matrices that are used is MSE, root mean square error, R2 score, adjusted R2 score. And model evaluation, in this we use Python tool for our system by applying 4 machine learning algorithms that are sorry and evaluative prediction performance to see how accurately predict academic performance. Performance matrices, we use mean square error, root mean square error, R2 score, and adjusted R. Here is the result of our model. SVR, support vector regression, shows the lowest mean square error value, and adjusted R2 score value shows highest value of 0.997. Analysis of data, after applying our data on machine learning, that we analyze our data factor affecting performance. 3 categories are divided. First is learning behavior, second is social media usage, and third is psychological factor. Identify the factor of learning behavior feature on academic performance, and second is impact of social platform using on academic performance, and last of psychology feature. Here is the graphical representation that learning behavior impact of on academic performance. Those students who have better learning behavior have directly relationship with their academic performance, like involvement level in their classroom, learn from lecture. They have any question during lecture, they can ask to teacher and find their own, and their regularity. And it shows the relationship between the student learning behavior and the academic performance. Second, in social media platform, those students who are actively involved in social media and spend more time on social media have low academic performance rather than those who do not spend more time on social media. And psychological impact, those students who have low psychological problem, they get higher academic performance, but those students who have high psychological problem, they do not get a good score in academic score exam marks. And here is the conclusion: academic, social, platform user and psychological data set is used to predict student performance. Parameter optimization technique were applied to improve the performance of model. Support vector regression achieved to the lowest mean square error value, that is 0.58, and the highest value is 0.99 of adjusted r square value. Early student performance prediction help teachers in making informed decision to improve student academic performance. Student can use this information to work hard and achieve better result in upcoming next semester. Machine learning models in education help educator to identify and support underperforming student to improve academic achievement. Here is the future work. Using data set, we can use for future work data set covering placement, internship, and test assessment within institution, and adding more features such as extracurricular activities, project work, motivation, certification to improve prediction accuracy, and also exploring feature engineering and incorporating ensemble learning method. And practical implication focus is given to the student academic performance and psychological factor that have opportunity to enhance performance rate. Institutions have implemented predictive analytics to identify at-risk student earlier, allowing for time intervention and support, which improve their retention rate and overall academic success. Targeted interventions such as skill development, program internship, and soft skill training can improve student academic success. And second is insight from the model help institution align their curriculum according to students' need and the performance to growth in various aspects. This alignment ensures the student overall performance, cognitive, emotional, psychology, and physical health. Here is the references. Thank you. Hello.
Yes, ma'am, we have seen. You may stop sharing the screen now.
Okay, sir.
Garishma, are you there?
Am I audible now?
Yeah, you are audible.
Okay.
You may start.
Yes. So hi everyone, this is Grishma. So me and my team came up with this idea of writing a review paper on this topic called Smart City Solutions for Waste Management and Pollution Control. It's basically a collection of various articles we found online. We were able to get a lot of insight from them. This is a collection of those articles put in a very easier to understand manner. So we are from the Department of Chemical Engineering at Dayanand Sagar College of Engineering, located in Bangalore. I am in my final year, and I'm currently doing an internship with BBMP for solid waste management. So I shall be leading my team today, and let's go ahead with the presentation. So our paper basically consists of the following framework: an abstract, an introduction, methods, which we have classified into methods of managing the waste and methods of reducing pollution, and finally a result and conclusion. So when we talk about smart cities, we need to understand what exactly do we mean by them. Smart cities represent the future of urban development, where technology and innovation are integrated into urban infrastructure for a better quality of life of citizens. Today, we see that a lot of us suffer from health problems like asthma, poor digestion, and a lot of other issues, for which the underlying causes are pollution and improper waste management. So, in order to make cities sustainable, some of these two aspects are very important to be fixed. So, these smart cities, shall make the use of various advanced technologies like the Internet of Things, data analytics, automation, etc., to manage traffic congestion, energy consumption, and, as we said, waste management. So when the current hot topic is sustainability. Whenever we're building something, the first thing we look for now is whether or not it's sustainable. So smart cities are aimed to be sustainable, efficient, and citizen focused for inclusive growth, which means the growth of all species and not just one, unlike what is happening today. So introduction. Over the past century, rapid urbanization and industrialization have made cities into economic hubs, but this has also had consequences on the environment and society, particularly on waste disposal and air pollution, majorly of the other types of pollution as well. Uh, this urban planning, this calls for an urban planning for smart city and waste management systems. In order to do this, we require automated processes, up-to-date monitoring, and state-of-art technologies to attain zero pollution and zero waste targets. Well, when we say zero pollution and zero waste targets, we might be talking about a very long-term goal. However, in the short term, we might aim to reduce the pollution and reduce the amount of waste at least. Um, Recent trends in the role of artificial intelligence and other smart technologies have a critical role towards addressing urban environmental challenges. So a lot of technologies have already been invented, and we are going to look at how they are being beneficial in our two topics of concern today. So these technologies will also enable the governments and other stakeholders to come up with strategies for improvement of for emission control and improvement of the policies and addressing the very important climate change. So when we talk about the methods, first we come into the methods of waste management. Uh, in a metropolitan city, you will find various types of waste. The main ones being MSW, which is municipal solid waste. Then we have wastewater, that is sewage water. C&D waste, which is nothing but construction and demolition waste. E-waste, that is electronic waste, and biomedical waste, which is the waste disposed from hospitals and other medical institutes, etc. Let's look into each one of them. So municipal solid waste. Information and communication technology is used to enhance waste characterization, that is characterizing whether the waste is wet or dry and recyclable, non-recyclable, etc. Its collection, transportation, treatment, again, what kind of treatment, whether it should go chemical treatment or decomposition, vermicomposting, what kind of treatment, and disposal through data-driven decision making. The key information and communication tools involve GIS, which is Geographic Information System, that talks about locating the origin of the waste and determining the waste collection routes. RFID tags enable real-time tracking of the waste containers. GPS monitors the waste levels, and sensors can detect the container fill levels. And once we know a container is full, it can be transported to the required facility. Then we have real-time communication and cloud computing. Wireless technologies like GSM and Wi-Fi ensure communication between the waste collection vehicles and the central system, while cloud computing enables data storage, data sharing, etc., for optimized logistics. Operations research, it applies a mathematical modeling technique and optimization techniques to improve efficiency in waste collection and to give the real-time information of what is happening. Predictive and decision-making technologies, machine learning models and statistical models analyze the historical data to predict any further future failures or any problems that may arise in the logistics and transportation system so that decisions can be made based on that and errors can be reduced. Next, we talk about construction and demolition waste. This accounts for a very large proportion of the global waste generation. In many countries, it can contribute to about 30 to 40% of the total waste. And the worst problem with the C&D waste is that most of it is non-decomposable and also and go to the landfills mostly. Determining the maximum derivable economic and environmental values from a building at the end of life prior to deconstruction and demolition is a key requirement for the sustainability. So when we are when we are constructing a building itself, we will have to conduct an analysis as to a total life analysis as to how much this material is going to be worth, not just during construction but even after demolition. And models can be built to analyze where they will go into, and and based on this, in order to improve your costs, you can also use sustainable materials for your construction. Deep learning technique is used to develop computational tool for predicting the amount of building materials that are obtainable from the demolition exercise. So next we talk about wastewater. Water is a very important resource. It's the elixir of life. And in the recent times, we have seen a shortage for water in many areas. In such cases,
Dear Grishma, please kindly change your slides. You are on the same slide.
Oh, 1 second. Is it not visible?
Yeah, it's visible now.
Oh my God. Do I have to go back and present?
No,
Hello?
please continue from here.
Okay.
If you want, then
Okay. When we talk about wastewater, okay, we start with the waste consumption. Okay, just a second. Is my laser pointer visible? Hello? Hello?
Yes, Grishma.
yes, Grishma.
Yeah, okay. So let's start explaining from the water consumption. Once we consume the water, the wastewater that is generated runs through the drains and it goes into the sewage. From here, the wastewater recycling, the process starts. So there are a lot of methods for analysis of wastewater like BOD, COD, pH, and a lot of these methods. But the problem is all of these methods require a lot of chemicals, and sometimes these chemicals may percolate into the water and spoil the water quality. And at the same time, they're also very costly. So we require new methods so that we can detect the amount of pollution in water and also control it. So for this, we have cloud storage and visualization for the decision making of whatever water has been generated, and this goes into a storage unit with a water level sensor. So this can avoid the leakage in water or overflows of water, because as soon as the storage unit is full, the sensor will alert you to turn off the turn off uh, turn it off, or it is if it's automatic, it'll do it by itself. And we also have water flow sensors which monitor the amount of water flow based on the requirement. Yeah, so next we talk about biomedical waste. In biomedical waste, it involves waste basically from waste discarded from hospitals and clinics, etc. So in order to tackle these wastes, we have IoT-enabled monitoring, smart bins equipped with sensors track the temperature, humidity, and filling levels for real-time waste management, automated waste sorting, embedded systems enable the waste compartmentalization, reducing manual handling and contamination risks. So, any kind of material that is known to be hazardous or transmitted disease is automatically sorted and does not have to be done manually. Deep learning for classification. Now, deep learning is an artificial intelligence tool that uses artificial neural networks to teach and learn from the data. TensorFlow models, these are training and inference of new. Okay, these are used for the training and inference of neural networks. Such models precisely classify and segregate the biomedical wastes. Predictive analysis, like we talked about, helps to predict any kinds of uh, disturbances that may happen in the system. It uses historical data to do this. Compliance and adaptability. The system adheres to color-coded waste segregation regulations and uses lightweight, resource-efficient models. Okay, so next we talk about e-waste. E-waste is discarded electrical and electronic devices which contain toxic substances and can pose health and environment risks. In India, most of the e-waste recycling occurs in unorganized sectors using very traditional and hazardous methods like PCB metal recovery, printed circuit board metal recovery. To address these risks, there is a need for education, awareness, and alternative technologies that we will talk about. The first one is AI-powered e-waste collection and logistics. So the waste collection centers and collection centers have to be equipped with AI technologies so that they are able to detect when an e-waste comes in. Um, automated sorting and recycling. Like we talked about smart bins earlier for biomedical waste, it can also be used here to segregate the different types of waste and to understand whether what parts of these e-waste are recyclable and what parts are not. Then we have predictive analysis that we've spoken about before. Then we have blockchain and AI for the waste transparency. This is the method in which at every point in the operation, you will know what is happening so that the method is very transparent. And AI for compliance monitoring. All the regulatory compliances have to be strictly monitored so that these wastes are managed efficiently, and AI can be used. AI can do it better than we humans can. So the next is pollution control using AI. So yeah, environmental pollution is a major issue which has escalated since the past century. There are different types of pollution, including water pollution, land, soil, and air pollution, and also noise pollution. In our paper, we basically talk about air and noise pollution because water pollution is basically wastewater management, and land and solution, like we have spoken about before, would be a consequence of landfill techniques that we have prevented by giving alternate solutions for the wastes. Overall, the AI modeling, yeah, overall AI modeling is executed with the aid of software tools like MATLAB, which support C and C++ languages, Java, Python, and other programming languages. Among these, MATLAB is the most accepted software since it's ready to use. Toolboxes are very convenient and applicable for the beginners. A classification tree is given of these AI technologies can be seen in the next figure. Yeah. So these are the different AI technologies that can be used for pollution control. You have single methods and hybrid methods. Single methods make use of uh, a a definitive one single method for tackling the problem, while hybrid methods combine two or more of these single methods in order to obtain a solution that is more efficient. Artificial neural, okay, one of the single methods is artificial neural networks. Like one of my co-presenter was talking about, a lot of models have been built, but accuracy is what is important right now. So the R square value when we do the pollution control using artificial neural networks was shown to be very high, which means that it's amongst the most accurate methods that can be used. So again, artificial neural networks can be classified into multi-layer perceptron neural network, which is which has a non-linear activation which has non-linear activation functions organized in layers noted for being able to distinguish data that is not linearly separable. Then we have radial basis function neural networks and generalized regression neural networks, which are also types of neural networks. The other is the support vector machines that has already been spoken about, and then genetic algorithm, which is a problem solving technique inspired by natural evolution to find optimal solutions to very complex problems. Then we have fuzzy logic. It can be explained as a partial truth. So fuzzy logic gives you a solution between what can be the complete truth or the complete false. So it is called the partial truth. And hybrid methods include fuzzy neural networks, which is a combination of artificial neural networks and fuzzy logic, adaptive network-based fuzzy interference systems, and other such systems like particle swarm optimization and artificial neural network. Particle swarm optimization is a bioanalysis based method. Like you see the word swarm, which means a group. It uses technologies which involves classifications that combine a group of data and then segregate it based on that. Yes, here we look at a case study on air pollution. So Beijing in China has faced severe air pollution issues for a long time, primarily due to its industrial emissions, vehicular pollution, and unfavorable topographical conditions. To enhance the pollution control, the municipality there, in collaboration with tech firms like IBM and Tsinghua University, developed AI-driven pollution forecasting and mitigation systems. AI models analyzed vast data sets, including weather conditions, traffic patterns, emission data, etc., to forecast pollution levels up to 72 hours in advance itself. So, machine learning algorithms trained on historical pollution data help to identify the pollution trends. Using of satellite imagery and IoT-enabled sensors helped in tracking the industrial emissions and illegal polluting activities. AI simulated the impact of various policy measures such as factory shutdown, alternate day driving restrictions, etc. So, as a result of this, as a result of the implementation of all such AI technologies, there was a 15% reduction in the particulate matter 2.5 levels, and it was achieved within the first year of integration of AI. There was improved accuracy of pollution forecast, which helped issue the early warnings, allowing citizens to take precautions. AI assisted enforcement of emission regulations, and it also led to better compliance among the industrial units. Smarter traffic management reduced the vehicle-related emissions by 10 to 12% in the high traffic zones. So, in conclusion, sorry, is there a problem?
Nothing.
No. Please continue.
So in conclusion, designing smart cities is a very complex process which involves overcoming significant technical, financial, and social hurdles. Like the initial capital cost, it requires a lot of high initial investment, data privacy, which is again a big issue, and security, interoperability issues, and social equity concerns. These challenges must be addressed strategically to ensure successful implementation and widespread usage. Having given that the pros outweigh the cons, we will have to find out a method in order to integrate all these technologies for a sustainable and a better future. So that was my presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you for taking interest and listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Karishma, for the presentation. You may stop presenting your
Thank you.
screen now.
Yes.
Now I'm going to call Shlok Tomar. Are you in the call?
Yeah.
You may start presenting now.
Yeah. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Yeah. I think my slide share isn't working. Just a second. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shlok Tumar. I'm from the Doon School, Dehradun, and I'm presenting my research on the Jowar millet crop monitoring and analysis robot. So, my research focuses on how AI and sensor technology can improve plant and soil health monitoring in Jowar farming. So, to start with, I'll uh, I'll introduce you with some background information about Jowar and basically Jowar and the traditional methods that are used in Jowar farming. So Jowar is a stable crop in semi-arid regions, which are tropical regions, basically regions like Maharashtra, Gujarat, etc. And it's a staple crop grown in mostly rural areas of India. However, farmers recently face significant challenges, including climate change, soil degradation, and plant diseases such as rust, grain mold, and anthracnose, which really affect the overall production of the plant. Traditional methods such as manual inspection, lab testing are slow, expensive, and often very inaccurate. So, to provide and current solutions like drones, satellites are very costly and require expertise, making them inaccessible for small scale farmers. So, this calls for an affordable and real time and easy to use solution, which I'm going to present right now. Yeah, so current gaps in agricultural technology is again lack of integration between soil and health plant monitoring, then dependency on costly lab reports and especially internet connectivity, and inaccessibility of advanced technology in small scale farmlands and farmers. So my motivation was because of this depletion in the production of Joa millet. Uh, my research objective was to develop an autonomous, affordable solution for real-time monitoring to enhance productivity and sustainability in Joa farming. So my proposed solution is a robot which I named Joar Monitoring and Analysis Robot. Now the features are it can provide you with real-time soil and health monitoring, autonomous operation using sensors, machine learning, and wireless communication, built with a commercial off-the-shelf COTS components for affordability, and it operates without internet connectivity, ideal for remote fields, where like far off fields, basically outside the city. And what what benefits these farmers, data-driven decisions, and early disease detection, and optimized resource management. All the yield losses in the production of jowar millet. So in this slide, I think you can see the architecture of my robot. So there are two main components. A soil parameter collection node, which will help measure soil properties and transmit data wirelessly. Then plant health monitoring node, uh, which will be a robotic vehicle which captures the plant images and images and assesses health. So my workflow will be soil nodes placed across the field, like 4 to 5 nodes per acre, and then a plant node navigates autonomously, captures images and integrates data. And then this data will be sent via radio frequency communication, basically through components like LoRa and NRF24 L01. Uh, this communication, uh, this data will be sent to analysis centers for actionable insights, which will be basically on the farm itself. Now the technology is used in the soil parameter collection node, which will be dispersed over the field, like as mentioned, 4 to 5 acres across the field. It uses ESP32 microcontroller for data processing, a 7-in-1 soil sensor, which measures moisture, temperature, the pH of the soil, nutrients in the soil such as nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. Then a DHT11 sensor for ambient temperature and humidity. Basically, this air humidity and temperature or atmosphere. And then NRF24 L01 RF module for wireless communication, which would eliminate like any need for Wi-Fi in the region. Sorry, in the field in which we're using this technology. And then a OLED display for real-time data viewing if the farmer's there standing alongside the alongside the node, soil collection node. He can probably see the values uh, which have been collected through the soil node. The functionality is that it's continuous monitoring and real-time transmission of data update, like every second of data, like not even a single second will be missed, reducing basically errors in any sort of data. Then the technology is used in plant health monitoring node. The hardware used are hardware components used are a ESP32 microcontroller, which controls motor functions and data integration, then a DRV double eight double three motor driver for smooth navigation, then a GP1818MK GPS module for waypoint based autonomous movement, and then an ESP32 camera which will capture these plant images and then send it through the microcontroller and uh, and then the microcontroller will transmit through a LoRa module for long range data transmission. The key feature of this particular node is it is lightweight. It's lightweight ML model and for real-time plant health classification. So the prototype development started with the soil node. The prototype can be seen on the right, and it's built using COTS components for affordability. ESP32 with 7-in-1 soil sensor and a DHT11 sensor. You can see a small black microcontroller here, and attached to it is a soil sensor. You can see a sensor which with 5 of these long legs, which which is connected to this microcontroller, and it will collect all the data and send it to the microcontroller. And then there's a small OLED screen which will give you basically a visual, like real-time data then and there on the spot. And then a 12-volt power source which is uh, basically connected to the ESP32 for the development uh, time. Yeah. The current status modular of this prototype is the modular prototype on a breadboard for testing and iteration. Basically, we were just testing this prototype using like using some parameters we found online, like soil parameters. If what's the optimum say value of phosphorus in a good like in healthy soil. And moving on, now the prototype development of a plant node. It's a very simple design. The robotic platform of the design, yeah, the robotic platform with ESP32, GPS camera, and communication modules. So there'll be two basically parallel the platforms. The lower one will basically consists of any motors and the any microcontroller which will be used for the movement of the car, and the top and the upper base would be used for all the a motion sensor, and then an ESP32 module, a ESP32 camera module, then NRF24, LoRa, etc. Yeah. And then what we aim is that using AI-based path optimization and solar power for large scale deployment. This will be basically a future enhancements, future plans for taking this plant node to the next step. Then to enhance basically or speed up the process of data collection, which we pointed out in one of the earlier slides, where farmers had to manually go check if the plant had any diseases. So using this, basically taking this as motivation, we thought of developing a machine learning model. The classification of this model is it's a CNN based module trained on plant images. It uses healthy versus diseased images to it was based on this. And then the data set was 100 images data set was used to develop this model. They were resized to 192 pixels, and then training, and through training and testing, we achieved 94% accuracy, which is commendable machine learning model. And then the deployment of this model will be, so the model will be flow light for development on on ESP32 with MicroPython. In conclusion, our research project, on which we are writing a research paper, uh, it will JMAR will contribute in making this process of identification of diseases in plants autonomous, cost effective, uh, for large scale JOA fields or small scale JOA fields. Then it will help analyze any diseases in the soil or the plant with wireless data transmission. Then it will enhance decision making, resource management, and yields. Future improvements for this project will be based, or maybe advanced AI models for better disease detection, then a solar power operation for sustainability, and then enhanced path planning for large fields. Uh, Thing to note, this project is still in the developing stage. We have just developed the prototype, and we'll probably, and sorry, we hope to work on it even more to take it on the next step and probably help the community, farming community, and better the yields of Joa plants. Thank you. If anyone has any questions, please.
Sure, you may stop presenting the screen. And next, Arun, are you there? Arun Sahani, are you there?
Good afternoon, everyone. Hello. Am I
Hi, yes,
audible?
yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. Unfortunately, my team member Arun Sahani is unable to present today due to some reason. So, on his behalf, I will be covering his part of the presentation.
All right, you may start
Okay.
presenting.
Okay, sir. First of all, let me share my screen.
You may start presenting the screen. Yes.
Is it visible?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So, my name is Samaj Shastav. I am a student of Babu Banapsi Das Institute of Technology and Management, pursuing BTech fourth year in computer science. So before starting, I would like to highlight that examinations are crucial part. Examinations are crucial part of education, but traditional methods can be time consuming, inefficient, and prone to errors. So that's where our project comes in. EduTest is a smart, user-friendly platform designed to make online exams secure, efficient, and accessible. So, in this presentation, We will walk you through its features, how it works, the technology behind it, and how it solves common challenges in online testing. So let's start our presentation. Uh, EduTest portal is a user-friendly platform for conducting secure online exam. It supports various question types, automated gradings, and and real-time analytics, making it ideal for school, college, and organizations to simplify and enhance the examination process. This EduTest portal has been made by us. So, before we build something new, it's always a good idea to see what others have done. So, Vikas Bu, Anushka Sen in 2022, he clearly mentioned that these quiz portals, online exam systems, etc., makes exams more interactive and fun by allowing multiple choice questions and instant results. Dr. Sujay Deshpande, he clearly mentioned that by using web applications like Java domain or any other platform, many of the portals can be done. For example, various examinations like GRE, CAT, MAT, CAT, etc. are conducted online. So, um, other Abdul Wahab Muzaffar also tell about e-learning growth. So e-learning growth due to we all faced one problem in COVID-19 related to e-learning growth. Online exams have become unnecessary for remote learning. Many other researchers tell about the online exam that it is not consuming, and it is a good opportunity to practice or to give a mock test for the students. So let's come to the detail what we are going to understand in this project. We are now we are now talk about the what is EduTest portal. If I say what is EduTest portal, it clearly mentioned that it is a portal which is digital system that simplifies online exams. It helps teachers create, manage, and evaluate exams easily. It simplifies easily to it can be easily operated by anyone, means teachers, educators, even those non-technical so users can also operate this platform. Now let's come to the key features. Key features. Key features. It is user-friendly interface. Our platform is designed to be simple and intuitive so that both teachers and students can navigate it easily. Even someone with minimal technical knowledge can create, manage, and take exams without hassle. Second point is automated exam creation. It clearly means that teachers can quickly create exams by selecting from different questions format. In our project, there are MCQ format where teachers can upload bulk of the file simultaneously. Time management options are there. No more students taking extra time unfairly. EduTest allows time limits for each exam to ensure fair assessment. Secure login and authentications. Security is a top priority. We ensure that only authorized users can access the systems. Students and teachers log in using unique credentials to prevent unauthorized access. in our project we also uploaded a randomized question banks which helps us uh, in many ways. No two students get the same paper. The system shuffles questions so that each student gets a different set of questions. This reduces the chances of copying and making exams fair. Instant grading and feedback. Multiple choice questions and objective questions are automatically graded by the system. Students receive immediate feedback, helping them understand their mistakes. This project can be worked in anywhere, means in Mac, in Windows, in laptops, or in mobiles. It is a responsive website. Now comes to a question. You can easily upload and download question banks. Teachers can import bulk questions from Excel or other formats, saving time. Scalability for large exams and sessions, whether you have to upload 10 or 10,000 questions for a student. This platform is built to support large scale exams without slowdowns or crashes. It ensures a smooth performance even during high traffic period. Now let's talk about the DFT, data flow diagram. So here there are two panels. One is student panel and second is admin panel. Here student will here student can do registration, can do login, and can give exam, and can take result also, and can do feedback also. And on the other part, admin can verify the student if a if a student is authorized or unauthorized. If he will authorize, if admin will give the permission to the student, then only student can be a part of a test. Otherwise, he or she cannot be a part of a test. Admin can manage a question. He can upload the question banks. He can manage result. He can accept or reject the student feedback or complaints, etc. And these are all managed by the admin. And with the help of the database, we can easily update, secure, and contain all the information of students. Now, let's come to the proposed methodology. It begins with requirement analysis to identify user needs, followed by planning the system's features, design, and architecture. Understanding the user needs. We started by identifying what student, teachers, and administrator need from an online exam system. Then, after seeing these all needs and problems, we started planning and design. With the help of Java-based framework like Spring Boot, MySQL for the database, we developed this project. We mapped out the features, created wireframes, and structured the database with the help of three-tier architecture, which means three tiers means front-end, back-end, and database, which help for scalability and reliability. Deployment includes hosting on reliable servers, ensuring security and performance. It means we before launching, we tested the system for security, performance, and user experience. And with the continuous feedback and updates, we improve the platform functionality, ensuring a user-friendly, efficient, and secure online examination system. Now comes to the technical specification. So we included the hardware requirements and software requirements. Hardware requirements contain operating systems, means
this project or this website will be work above the Windows 8 operating system, or in Mac, Linux, Ubuntu, or any processor with with Intel memory having minimum 2 GB RAM, etc. Apart from hardware requirement, we also software requirements were programming language such as Java for backend development, frameworks like Spring Boot, Hibernate, Bootstrap, database like MySQL. We use front-end technologies like HTML, CSS, JavaScript for a responsive UI, API like SMS integration API. Now, challenges and solutions faced by our team was technical issues. For example, we are facing bugs, slow loading, and crashes. So we found the solution. We performed testing and optimize our code for better performance. Main Major problem was faced during the security and cheating prevention. In prevention, students finding ways to cheat. So we find the solution. We implemented randomized questions, time tracking, and secure and screens monitoring. During the security concern, risk of data breaches and hackings are there. So we found out the solution. We used encryption, secure authentication, and protected database. This project is device compatibility. So we found out the solution for make it responsive design. We ensured the platform works smoothly on desktop, tablets, and mobile device. If I talk about the cost management, then keeping the project affordable while maintaining quality, we used open source technologies and efficient cloud hosting to reduce cost. Challenges are just stepping stones to innovations. So these are the challenges and solutions. Let me show you the snapshots of project. Here are the registration page, and here are the admin page. Student will do registration here, and after submitting the registration, the pop-up will become here, and it will be showing registration is done successfully. Then in admin panel, and all the information the student who registered, they who done registration, all the information will be gathered in admin panel. If admin wants to approve it, then he or she can approve that student, or and if not, then he can do pending, or he can delete that data. Here we also include the SMS API, which provide the unique credentials, unique ID, through which students can give the examination and test. Now, I would like to conclude this. The EduTech portal is not just a platform for assessment, but a gateway to a smarter, more efficient educational future. By bridging the gap between traditional testing method and modern technology, EduTech position itself as a cornerstone for digital education, fostering learning, growth, and success in a dynamic academic landscape. That brings us to the end of our presentation. We are grateful for your interest, and we would love to hear your thoughts or any questions for you may have. Uh, can I run this project?
If you want to show the implementation, you may.
Okay. Is it visible?
Yes.
Okay. So this is the home page. Still we are in working progress. This is about us page. This is services. Designing is still in the progress. For example, we are doing registration. College name Babu Banarsi Das. Diploma. Computer science. Year selected year. Performance 10 percentage 80. 81. Online or offline. We can't leave it. So here after submitting this, student will register this and it will show the registration is successful. Now admin will see the by having its own this is dashboard. Here total students are there, feedbacks from students, complaint from student, number of questions, number of declared results, total inquiries. These are the pending students. Here one student Arun is registered with the email of this and contact number, and if I want to approve it, then I will do it. Click on the pending button, and here mail will come to the soumya1437@gmail.com. Here I received the mail from the edutest portal. Now here is view feedback, complaint, inquiries. Here admin can add the bulk of the questions. Here upload bulk questions, CSV files, question banks. Now if admin want to schedule a test, then here he can write the test name, branch, computer science or any test. Let me number of questions means I have to add 30 questions. Select here. Active tag test 30 schedule test. Now SMS is received those who are computer science student years first year diploma. Now email is received by us with the unique ID. Now student can log in this password. Here profile, give exam. Student can give exam. (16) with ID 16. Here exams now. Exams are progress. These all are. Questions are still not uploaded by us. So if anyone want to upload the question, then he or she can upload. Here change password. Give response. Log. That's all about my project. Thank you. If any of the query is there, so you can ask. Hello.
Yes, yes. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Yashoda ma'am, are you there?
Yes, sir.
You may start presenting now.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Sir, screen is visible?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Yes, thank you, sir. First of all, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thank you, organizing committee, for arranging such a great conference platform for sharing and presenting different ideas for researchers. Myself, Yashoda Berkar, from PhD Research Scholar of Electrical Department of Indus University, Ahmedabad, under the guidance of Dr. Jaideep Chakravarti, sir, Assistant Professor of Electrical Engineering Department of Indus University, Ahmedabad. My research topic is enhance the power quality in PV and wind power system using T-STATCOM. Now I am explaining why I am choosing this topic for my research work. As we know that wind and solar are considered as the most assuring source of renewable energy. So however, the standalone operation of either photovoltaic or a wind energy system does not offer a very reliable source of electricity production, mainly due to the unpredictability over the availability of wind and the solar irradiations. So thus, the assortment of wind and solar power generation structure can form a very much potential and renewable source of electricity. So in this work, a hybrid model of wind and PV system has been presented. So these kind of systems are very beneficial and useful to the remotely located or isolated areas where grid integration is not very economical. So however, the interfacing of power electronic devices to DG systems induce very severe power quality problem, so such as harmonic generations and the reactive power compensation that distributes the power distribution system. So in this work, a simulation model of hybrid PV and wind generation system of capacity 750 kW has been used. So the performance of this system with a grid connected model is analyzed, and the power quality of wind and PV system has been evaluated and calculated the total harmonic distortion, that is TSD, at a different wind speed. So power quality of this hybrid system has been improved by using a D-STATCOM. The content of the content of the presentation are introduction, then problem statement, then objective of research work, then power quality improvement in hybrid power system using D-STATCOM, then block diagram of model, then simulating model of PV, then simulating model of wind turbine, then simulating model of D-STATCOM, and the simulating model of proposed hybrid system, that is PV and wind combined with D-STATCOM and without D-STATCOM, and the results and the references. First, introduction. As you know that electricity is an induction of comfortable life, and the demand for this energy source is increasing. So development in power industries increases the number of linear and non-linear loads in each system. So in non-linear load conditions, many solid-state switching converters draw reactive power and current harmonics from the AC grids. So these non-linear loads generates harmonics which produces disturbances and directly influence the human life. So therefore, power quality problems become an important topic in monitoring, controlling, and managing of the power quality. So evaluation of power quality problem, solution of a problem comes through a process starting with the identification of problem category. There are 5 categories of problem, that is flicker, harmonic distortion, voltage regulation, voltage sag, and the transient. transients are occurs due to the impulsive transients or oscillatory, that means variations of the frequency. Then voltage sag because of the short duration voltage variations. Then flickers are occurs due to the uh, fluctuations in the voltages. Then harmonic distortion because of the current harmonics. So these are the different problem categories of the evaluation. Then these problem categories are categorized that depends on the characterization. There are three characterization, that is equipment impact. What are the impact of the equipment they are using in the power system or a transmission line? Then the causes of this power quality, then characterization, then the range of the solution. There are 5 range of the solutions they are identified, that is the end use customer system, then utility distribution system, end use customer interference, utility transmission system, and the equipment design. Then how to evaluate the solution? There are 2 methods, that is the procedure analysis and the evaluate technical alternatives. Then the last is the how to solve these problems by using a custom power devices, that is different techniques are used. So these are the 6 devices. They are by using these devices we are control the power quality issues or problem. So first is the UPS, then spinning reverse, then surge protectors, then STATCOM, then DVR, and the STS. So I am using a STATCOM, that is a static var compensator, or a distributed, that is a D-STATCOM, distribution static var compensator. Next, the problem statement of research work. So power quality issues in renewable energy system techniques. To monitor a power quality, the devices used for that purpose, and application of custom power devices, that means CPDs, for mitigating a power quality problem. So way of improving power quality in a renewable system and analysis of power quality in DC systems have followed all these. So from the outcomes of this research, transients have been found out to be the most severe power quality issue, followed by voltage spikes and the fluctuations. So the power quality monitoring techniques have been found to be employed for monitoring harmonics mainly. So while UPQC, STATCOM, and spinning reservoirs have been found out to be most effective custom power devices. So it has been resolved that STATCOM can or a D-STATCOM can be a potential choice due to the advantages it offers. Next, the objectives of the research work. So to identify optimal problems of power quality methods, and to improve the power quality of distributed system using different custom power devices, then detection and mitigation of higher order harmonics and interharmonics, and to overcome the transient problem using the different filters like active filters or reactive filters. Then power quality improvement in hybrid power system using a D-STATCOM. Uh, we are using wind and PV system. So wind and PV hybrid generation system along with the grid integration can be a potential choice for a production since it utilizes the strength of both solar and wind energy system. So hybrid system can be provide good quality of power and can also be reduce the tariff of electricity. So apart from all the benefits, the hybrid system has its own challenges or problems like protection, synchronization, and power quality. But here we are discussing about only power quality. So in this work, we calculate harmonics to determine the power quality supplied by the hybrid system, that is PV and the wind. This is the block diagram of proposed hybrid system with a D-STATCOM. Here we are using a PV and wind. The power is the 750 kW. Here PV, the output of PV is connected to the DC-DC converter because the output of PV is the DC. Then this DC is converted into AC by using a converters, or you can call it as the inverter. This AC is controlled by using a special control, that is a PR controller. We are using a PR controller. Then here we are using a wind turbine generation. By using a transformer, we are step up this power, and both the powers are injected in the utility grid. Without a D-STATCOM, both the powers are fluctuated the grid power, because the PV and wind power are not a constant. They are fluctuating or irrelevant. Therefore, so many problems like voltage sag, swell, harmonics, fluctuations, variations. These are the so many problems are occur in the utility grid. So we are minimizing this problem by using a D-STATCOM. So one solution to this power quality issue is used to use the D-STATCOM, that is a distribution static compensator. A D-STATCOM is a power electronic device that is used to regulate a voltage and current in an electrical system. So it can provide reactive power compensation, voltage regulation, and harmonic filtering. So all of which can help to improve the power quality in a hybrid power system. The primary function of D-STATCOM is to inject the current into the power system that is out of phase with the system voltage. So this current can be used to regulate the voltage at the point of connection and to compensate for the reactive power. So the D-STATCOM can also be used to filter out by using a capacitive filter out the harmonics and other high frequency disturbances from the power system. So in a hybrid power system, a D-STATCOM can be connected in parallel with other power sources such as solar panels, wind turbines, or batteries. So by controlling the output of D-STATCOM, the system can be operated in a more stable and effective manner. So reducing power quality issues and improving the overall performance of the system. So in conclusion, we are using the D-STATCOM can be effective solution for improving the power quality in hybrid power system. So by providing reactive power compensation, voltage regulation, and harmonic filtering, the D-STATCOM can be helped to ensure a reliable and effective power supply to remote and off-grid areas. So this is the block diagram. Now I'm simulating or in a MATLAB the proposed circuit configuration. This is the without D-STATCOM. That means here only PV, solar, and the wind power is injected in a grid. So this is the result of without D-STATCOM at the grid side output. Here so many harmonics or fluctuations are seen. Now by using a D-STATCOM, this is the model for PV with D-STATCOM. This is the output of grid side using a D-STATCOM. Here we are minimizing the harmonics using a D-STATCOM. You can see the difference between both the results. This is the without D-STATCOM and this is the with D-STATCOM. And the main objective of my research topic is total harmonic distortion. So by as per the standard of IEEE, below 5% we required a THD. So I am getting a 0.20% of THD. So this is my result of the research. So conclusion, in this work, the objective of the power quality improves of proposed hybrid PV and wind system has been achieved. To improve THD in presence of D-STATCOM is found by the FFT analysis, that is THD. So it is shown in figure. This figure, it is called as the FFT analyzer. And a simulation model of hybrid power system with D-STATCOM is used. And the result shows that the total harmonic distortion is within the limit of 5% set by a IEEE. I already told that. So So this indicates the satisfactory operation of the proposed PV and wind hybrid generation model. These are the references I am using. Thank you. Any questions? Hello, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You are audible.
Yes.
You may stop sharing the screen now.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Dr. Shashikaran, are you here? Dr. Shashikaran, or his references, are they here? Okay, we will move on to the next presentation. This will be the last of the day. Dr. Kabir.
Yes, sir, I am here.
Yes, you may start presenting your paper, sir.
Can I start, sir?
Yes, sir, you may start.
Okay, thank you. Please let me know my slide is visible.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. And first of all, I say my thanks to the organizing committee of the international conference who give me a chance of online oral presentation, and the credit goes to the whole team of the organizations, even the organizing committee. In the morning, I have presented my slides regarding to the important issue, that is the air pollution, and now I want to represent the full paper that is mainly focusing on the current issue, and this issue is mainly facing in the all the developing and the developed country. So the topic of my presentation is the same, that is the air pollution, its causes and impacts and health of the living organism in changing climate, a concise review. One thing which I want to highlight in the start of presentation is that I am not going to presenting any research paper. I just want to highlight an important issue of the environment. As we know that environment is the most important things for existence of life on the surface of Earth, but due to the anthropogenic activity, this environment is deteriorating, degrading. And I think, being as an environmental expert, that human is the primary responsible for all this destruction which is being caused into the environment, into the habitat, into the climatic change, increasing concentration of the carbon dioxide, global warming, ozone layer depletion, and other such issues which we are facing into the all components of the environment. So the problem, as I already highlighted, that is the environmental pollution, focusing on the air pollution, and its solution is the plantations activity. Then I will move towards the abstract and the keywords of my full-length paper, then introductions, and then effects of the air pollutions on the plants. Then, as I already mentioned in my presentation, the phytoremediation, we can say that how plants can be used to make the environment more sustainable. The issue is that nature has provided us all the resources on the surface of Earth, but we are not using these resources in a proper way. So there is a need to create the awareness among the people, among the society, among the all the organisms, especially human, which are existing on the surface of Earth, that how we can make our surface of Earth clean and green. As we know that environment is consist on the three major components, that is the air, water, and soil. And out of these components, air is the most important components of the environment because it gives directly existence to the living organism. As we know that we are living on the surface of Earth into the atmosphere, which is divided into further layer, that is troposphere, stratosphere, mesosphere, thermosphere, exosphere, and so core zone, and so on. But the life is stable on the surface of the Earth. No other planets have the life. It means that there is some special thing in this atmosphere, in this troposphere, which is giving support to the life. And then I will move towards the rural and the urban areas, that how the situation is being different in the rural and in the urban area, and then the conclusions of my review paper, and at the end I will show you some of the references and the publications of the 2025. So as we know that, as I already mentioned, that environmental pollution is a huge term, and there are different types of the pollution. All components of the environments are polluted. So we can say that air pollution, water pollution, soil pollution, noise pollution, light pollution, chemical pollution, thermal pollution, and so on. There are many different types of the pollutions which are existing into our environment. But the most important, most adverse type of the pollution which is affecting to the living organisms is the air pollution. So this is an alarming issue, and as I already mentioned early in the morning, that it is a global issue. It is not a local. If we say that it is the problem of the only India or Pakistan, no, it is a global problem. We should work in this regard, and to solve this problem on a global scale, not on the local scale. But if we keep our efforts in this regard on the local, then this global issue can also be resolved. If we say that it is not solvable, or we can't solve it because it is a global issue, that is not true. So my literature review is concerned mainly with the air pollution and its effects on the living organism, especially the plants in this changing climate of the world. And the data which I will show you here are the pictures. These are mostly related from the Pakistan. So the anthropogenic activity, which are the urbanization, population explosion, urbanization, industrialization, transportation, cutting off the forest, all these are the human activity. Human is directly involved in all these activities. They are mainly responsible to create the environmental pollution, especially the air pollution. So air pollution, which is being caused by the anthropogenic activities, it is destroying all the natural balance on the surface of earth, and this natural balance is affecting to the plants, to the animals, and even the human health. As we know that life can exist in a proper habitat, destructions of the habitat means that loss of the biodiversity. Most of the plants and animals which have existence on the surface of earth very earlier, now they have extinct due to the loss of the habitat. When we study about the climatic changes, then the first important negative benefits of the climatic change is that of the destructions of the habitat. So we can say that the environmental pollution, especially air pollution, is affecting to all the living organisms which are existing on the surface of earth. But here we will see this distinction regarding to the plants. As I already mentioned, that plants are the most important living organism on the surface of earth. They give existence to all the other form of the lives, including man. As plants are the producer, they carry out the process of photosynthesis, and the results of the photosynthesis, they give us all the basic necessity of the life and even the proper habitat. As we know that plants prepare the photoassimilates or photosynthetic products during the process of the photosynthesis. One important thing which they produce in the process of the photosynthesis is the photoassimilates or photosynthetic products, that is the glucose, fructose, sucrose, and so on, all other carbohydrates. On the other side, during the same process, they take up the carbon dioxide from the environment, which is increasing day by day due to the anthropogenic activities, and release oxygen as a byproduct in the process of photosynthesis, which is also an important gas for existence of the life on the surface of earth. As we are the human, we are directly connected to the plant, with the plants, because we require oxygen for our existence, and all living organisms have the same characteristics. We also need the food for existence of the life on the surface of earth, or to maintain our daily activities. If we are using the food, that food is directly being produced by the plants. As we know, solar energy in the process of photosynthesis is trapped by the plants. During the process of photosynthesis, they convert the solar energy or light energy into the chemical energy, and this chemical energy is transported into the food from plants into the animals. So air pollution is increasing, as I already mentioned, in the urban areas as compared to that of the rural one, because in urban area the transportation is in a huge quantity. The industrial activities are also on the large scales in the urban area. This problem of air pollution is increasing day by day in the urban area as compared to that of the rural one. So we should focus on the strategy that which can be involved in order to reduce different types of the pollutants into the urban area. Being as a botanist, plant expert, I suggest the plantation activities within the city area on a large scale, and special types of the plant which can play their role according to different types of the pollutants which are existing in the city areas or in the urban area. So climatic changes mostly occur when there is an increase in the carbon dioxide concentration, which results in the temperature increase. Now we are linked to two things, that is air pollution and climatic change. As air pollution or any types of the pollution increases within any component of the environment, they actually cause the climate change. This word is very common in our society, that climatic changes are taking place, climatic change has been occurred. It means that the primary factor, the background of the climate change is the different types of the pollutions into our environment. If I say that climatic change, due to the climatic change, temperature has been increased. Which gas or which factor is responsible to increase the temperature on the surface of Earth? That is the carbon dioxide. When, as I already mentioned in my presentation, that when we will carry out the deforestation, plants will be in low quantity on the surface of Earth. The rate of photosynthetic product will be reduced, and on the other hand, there will be more concentrations of the carbon dioxide on the surface of Earth. Because in natural mechanism, plants are the only organism which take up carbon dioxide from the environment, and they release oxygen into our environment, which is necessary for all the living organisms. So we should know that which factor is responsible to increase the temperature on the surface of Earth, that is carbon dioxide. Increased concentration of carbon dioxide is mainly responsible. As in the natural mechanism, this gas has only 0.032%. If I convert the same into another unit, that is ppm, I think that will be 300 ppm. But now its concentration has been increased more than 500 ppm into our environment. It means that increasing concentration of carbon dioxide has increased the temperature. So what is the solution? Problems are on the large scale in our community, in our society, in our country, and even on the whole world. We should focus to the solution, because problems are created by the anthropogenic activities, human on a large scale all over the world. And we should, the experts who have a specific field, they should go towards the solution, because problem is being created by the each and every person on the surface of Earth. But a subject expert can find its solution. So awareness plans should be launched to aware people about quality of the good air and destructive impacts of the polluted air on the health of not only on the health of the humans, but even on the health of all other living organisms. Different policies and rules should be made and ensure implementation of these policies. Increased climatic changes are affecting all processes of the living organisms, including the respirations, photosynthesis, transpirations, and all other processes of the plant's life. If we don't plan the policies to control these abrupt climatic changes in next few years, the existence of life on surface of Earth will not be possible, as it has happened on all the other planets due to the increased temperature on the other planets, and condition will be out of our hand. So next, as in the previous slide, we keep our focus on the climate, air pollution, and temperature. So we must know that what is the climate. Regarding to the Pakistan, here I want to explore the important issues which has important problems which are rising in Pakistan due to increasing concentration of carbon dioxide, due to increasing temperature. So we can say that climate is an important environmental factor of area, any country and even the whole world. The changes in environmental factor of an area over a long period of time constitute the climatic changes. And these climatic changes, as I already mentioned, are affecting to all the living organisms, to all the mechanisms which are occurring within the body of the living organism: hydrological cycle, distributions of the rainfall, climatic and edaphic factor, growth and development of plants, and even the whole food chain. When the life of the plants will be affected, which are the producer of the food chain, which are the natural purifier, it means that all the other related organisms with the plants will also be disturbed, will also be affected. So Pakistan is threatened by the global climatic changes, especially by the air pollution, and this air pollution is mainly resulting due to the due to the climatic changes and other such factors. According to the latest report of the UNCC, Pakistan is one in the list of the top 3 countries mostly threatened by the climatic changes. So each and every participant of the conference must focus to all the climatic and edaphic factor of his or her country regarding to the environmental quality. So moving towards the introduction, pollution is the hazard or the toxic substances which can affect to all the living organisms. They may be in the form of the gases into the air, they may be in the form of the solid into the soil, they may be in the form of the liquid into into the water or any other water reservoir, which lower the quality, natural quality of all these substances. Environment is mainly consists on the 3 major components, that is air, water, and soil, as I already mentioned. And all these components of the environments are deteriorating due to the different types of the pollution in all these components. 9 million per year fatalities caused by the air pollution. So this is a huge number. It means that quality of the air is reducing, and which factor is mainly involved? How this air pollution is causing? That is mainly causing due to the anthropogenic activity. You can examine that in the industrial activity, human is involved. In the transportation, human is involved. In the deforestation, human is involved. For the constructive purposes, for the luxury life, who can replace the plants from the large area to build a road, to establish the industry, to maintain a residential place. It means that we are not environmentally friendly. Human is the most culprit species on the surface of Earth, which can go up to any extent for the destructions of the environment. So there is a need to create awareness in the people, in the society, in the community, in the university student, in the other people, other organizations who are working for the friendly environment, or who are environmentally friendly, who wants to look this surface clean and green and a more sustainable environment, even not only for themselves, but even for the next coming generations. The people in metropolitan areas are more affected by the air pollution. This is mostly caused due to emissions by the vehicles, by the industries. So industries are the major cause of spreading of the air pollution. It is our common practice that most of the industrial estates are in our urban areas, and transportation also common in the industrial area. So residential area should be away from the industrial area, but it is not in the developing country. Many developed countries have established separate industrial units, and they have introduced high quality of the fuel for their transportation purposes. But in developing countries, this issue is still existing. In emerging nation, this issue is more severe due to the unchecked urbanization and the high rate of the industrialization. The reason of the poor air quality is the lack of the knowledge about the environmentally sound management, especially in developing countries. As I already mentioned, poor air quality can cause different diseases, not only in plants, even in the human. In the plants, they can cause the stomatal clogging, poor air quality. They can reduce the growth of the plants. They can reduce the vegetative phase of the plants, canopy of plants, and many other processes and mechanism of the plants are reduced due to the poor or the low air quality. And in the human, in this poor low quality of the air can cause different diseases. As we know that within our house there are different indoor air pollutants which are destroying our home environment, and that may also cause the diseases in the human, especially in the female, which have which have their existence for most of their time into the homes. They cannot obtain the natural or the fresh air within the home due to the indoor pollutant. It is important to maintain recommend distance between the industries and the surrounding ecosystem to prevent from the contamination of organisms, that is air, water, and the soil. So environmental contaminants are released and recognized by the different activities of the human, such as as I already mentioned, that human population, urbanization, industrialization, transportation, deforestation. These are the 5 major causes. This is the main pressure on the environment, which is mainly being built by the human. Some natural mechanisms are also involved in the different types of the unwanted substances into the environment from the soil, from the volcanic eruption, etc. So the primary factor that are used to qualify the air pollution are the sources of the air pollution, how the air is being polluted. There are some primary sources which includes the natural, mobile and area sources. As we know that different sources of the pollution includes the natural and the man-made, but man-made pollution sources cannot be recycled without the involvement of the human. So air pollution has impact on water bodies and soil. They are affected by precipitations that falls on the soil and in water. These substances leading millions of the deaths per year by entering into the bloodstream. As I already mentioned, that human is also facing different diseases in this polluted environment, polluted air. And for 24 hours, we are breathing in polluted air. We are drinking polluted and contaminated water. We are eating the vegetables and fruits that are polluted by the different metals, different substances. So the quality of the food, quality of the air, quality of the water is reduced, due to which the human health is being destroyed and man is suffering into different diseases. Important factor of an area country is climate. As I already mentioned, that climate is that factor which can exist for more than 30 years in any specific area. So better climate can give a better habitat in which living organism can pass their life according to the nature. But if we will go away from the nature, it means that we are not environmentally friendly. We are not caring for our life. We are destroying natural resources. We are disturbing natural ecosystem. And finally, we will disturb the whole habitat on the surface of Earth. And this conditions will be very worse, not only for existence of the human, but even for all the other living organisms. There are kind of the pollution that are indoor and outdoor. As I already mentioned, indoor pollution is produced by the burning of the fossil fuels. Same is the case for the automobiles, that is the outdoor pollutant, which mainly runs on the road, and they pollute the whole atmosphere, whole air on the surface of Earth. And then moving towards the next slide, there are some references. Already work has been done on all these facts which I have described in my previous slide. So with the reference, we can support that the acute infection of respiratory system in case of the human is mainly caused due to the air pollution. Then acid rain, as we know that different oxides of the different gases, that is carbon oxides of the carbon, oxides of sulfur, oxides of nitrogen, all these are existing into our air, into our atmosphere, and sometimes they react with each other and results in the formation of the secondary pollutant, that is PON, peroxyacetyl nitrate, and so on many other types. They can also react with each other and results in the formations of the acid rain. In the common example here, which I can cite here, that water vapors are freely within the atmosphere, but when they will react with the CO2 plus H2O give rise to H2CO3, that is the carbonic acid. Same is the case for the oxides of the sulfur, that is SO2 will react with the H2O, and it will result in the formations of the H2SO4 sulfuric acid, and so on for the oxides of the nitrogen. So acid rain is also an important destructive acids which can cause very distortions, very destruction in the leaves of the plant, and we can say it as a hidden injury, because when acid rain falls on the plants, it stops the metabolic processes within the leaf and then destroy the growth of the plants. So there are many different types of the pollutant into the atmospheres which can polluted, which can have effects on the plants. So effect of the air pollution on the plants. When plants are exposed to different kinds of the air pollutant, they produce oxidative stress in them, lower their growth and the productivity of the agriculture. We can say that yields of the plant, productions of the plant, especially the crop, is reduced when they face the air pollution, when they face the different oxides of the carbon, sulfur, nitrogen, when they face the acid rain and so on. Reduce the growth, damaging leaf and fruit, green belts. So what should we do if we are continuously producing the different types of the pollutants into all components of the environment? We should build the green belts as a nature way. As I already mentioned, that we should go near to the nature so that we can stop this problem on the large scale. If we will not be environmentally friend, it means that we will lose not only our life, but we will also face the barren land, the eroded land on the surface of earth, because when there will be no plantations on the surface of earth, we will suffer into poor air quality, we will suffer into the famines and so many other problems which will exist on the surface of earth due to the pollutions, which is ultimately resulting into the climate change. So we should focus to the primary causes, as the pollution can be controlled only from its source of production. Once the gas will be released into the atmosphere, into the air, we can't capture it. So there is a need to focus the productions of the pollutant which are being produced from the different sources. So different environmental pollution is affecting plants in different ways, which ultimately influence human health. Here you can see the some of the picture which are part of our common environment. As I already mentioned in my presentation, all these activities are carried by the human on the largest scale, and they are ultimately causing the pollutions to the air, to the plants. So there is a need to control these activity, to regulate these activity if we are environmentally friend. Threshing in the open field, industries, burning of the waste, and this is the phytoremediation practice, that how plants can regulate the different factors, the different components of the environment. You can imagine best one from this picture that what is the difference between the rural area and the city areas. As I already mentioned, that our urban areas are mostly affected by different types of the pollution, because we have replaced the trees with the buildings, with the industries, with the roads and so on. So plants play a very important role to maintain the natural mechanism, natural balance on the surface of earth. So moving towards the conclusions, it is concluded that air pollution is a substantial problem of the world. It produces adverse effects on all the living organisms. It is caused both biogenic process and anthropogenic activities. It means that this problem is originating both by the natural way, but that can be can be controlled up to the some extent. But the disturbance which is being created by the human, that is not renewable. It is rapidly increasing in developed and developing countries due to the fossil fuel burning, automobiles, industries, deforestations, and economic prosperities. Then, main target of air pollution is leaf, especially its physiological activity. As I already mentioned, that when there will be large number of the particulate matter into our environment, then reduced sunlight will be reached up to the surface of the leaf, and their photosynthetic rates will be affected. Different morphological, physiological changes will be taking place within the plant's body when its leaf have face the air pollutions. Then air pollution and climate change are correlating factor, and both are alarming problem at global scale. Then on the other hand, air pollution also causes changes in climate. As I already mentioned, both issues are needed to be solved. Otherwise, there will be a huge destruction. Strategies should be implemented to reduce air pollution and to make the climate stable. Yes, these are some of the references which I have cited on different slides for the further studies. And these are my publications of the 2025. And I would like to say thanks to the organizing committee of the conference once again, who gave me a chance of presentation to highlight the important issue of the air pollution, which is existing all over the world. So there is a need to work in a team so that we can make this planet very clean and very green in a very sustainable way, so that we can use the natural resources and then give the same resources to our next coming generation so that they can also enjoy their life. Thank you. And now I am available for questions.
Thank you for the presentation, sir.
Thank you, sir. Especially thanks for Karshid Bhaskar.
Thank you for. May I audible?
Wait, ma'am, there's one presentation left.
Okay, okay.
Karthik, you will represent Mr. Sushikaran, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
You may start.
Yes, sir. Is it visible, sir?
Yes, is it
Yes, it
visible?
is. Yes, sir. Good afternoon to everyone. I am Karthik. I am MSc Agriculture. I am here to present to you about the topic Artificial Intelligence Agriculture on behalf of my chairman, Dr. S. Susigaran, sir. First, we will see about artificial intelligence in agriculture. Artificial intelligence agriculture is all about applying of AI technology like machine learning, computer vision, Internet of Things, robotics, and data analytics in various aspects of agriculture, ultimately increasing the silk production. AI-driven solutions will optimize different sectors, which will help in different sectors like disease detection in silkworms, precision farming in mulberry cultivation, climate control in rearing houses, automating the silk processing machineries, and finally market analysis. By using AI in agriculture, we can achieve efficiency, sustainability, and quality control. In the same side, we are able to reduce manual labor and resource wastage. By integrating this into agriculture, we can transform this traditional industry into a technologically advanced and more resilient industry. Next, we will see about applications of artificial intelligence in agriculture. So, is it visible? My slides are changing.
Yes, it is visible.
Yes, sir, visual.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I will continue. We will see the applications of artificial intelligence agriculture in different sectors in silk industry. First, we'll see about the disease detection and pest control in both mulberry plantations and silkworm rearing. AI-powered image recognition and deep learning models will help us to easily detect the disease outbreak like pebrine flatchery, grasser, and muscadine. AI-driven drones and sensors can be used in mulberry farms to notice pest infestation and its percentage growth. And next we see application of AI in precision farming for mulberry cultivation. Using AI integrated smart soil sensors and satellite imagery, we can able to analyze soil health and we can able to optimize irrigation schedules. Using machine learning algorithms, we can able to predict mulberry leaf yield prior before and also improve nutrient management. In silkworm rearing, we can in silkworm rearing room, climate is more important for better silkworm growth. Using AI-based climate control system, we can able to regulate temperature, humidity, and air quality in silkworm rearing house, which in turn reflect on silk production. Predictive analytics will help us to prevent environmental fluctuations that will have impact on silkworm growth and silk quality. At the same time, AI can be used in silk reeling and other processing machineries. AI-powered robotics will help us in different sectors like silk reeling, spinning, weaving, thereby reducing considerable amount of labor cost. Machine vision systems will help us to assess the silk fiber quality, thus ensuring uniform quality and good grade silk production. When it comes to supply chain and market analysis, AI-driven data and its predictive analytics will help us to easily predict the silk demand and optimize pricing and improve supply chain logistics. Blockchain and AI-based smart contracts technology will allow us to provide a transparency and authenticity in silk trade. AI will be useful in silkworm genetics and breeding optimization. By using AI-assisted research and sensors, we can able to develop disease resistant and high yielding silkworm strains, and we can also able to monitor them. And using advanced data modeling, we can improve selective breeding strategies for better silk quality. Next, we will see about what are the challenges implementing AI in sericulture. The challenges include some of the technical challenges like data collection and quality. Usually, silkworm rearing does not have a digital record, so training a AI model is usually difficult, and this is one of the challenges need to be considered. When it comes to AI model accuracy and generalization, AI which is trained on one data in one area cannot due to the change in climatic conditions and change in different data, and also AI will struggle to predict the sudden disease outbreaks in silkworm rearing. Then next we'll see integration with the traditional practices. Farmers usually lack a technical expertise in operating AI tools, which is a very common issue. And AI is not available in local languages, which are the one of the issues need to be considered. When it comes to computational and infrastructure limitations, there is a limited in access to reliable internet and electricity for operating a cloud-based AI tools in rural areas, which is also difficult in maintaining and upgrading the AI-powered systems in remote areas. These are the problems need to be considered while applying AI. These are the one of the technical challenges that we face usually implementing AI in sericulture. Next, we will see about what are the economic challenges. Normally, an high initial investment is required, which cannot be afforded by small-scale farmers. Cost-benefit uncertainty, like technical failures and AI system failures, will lead to financial losses, and the lack of financial support. Next, we see about lack of financial support in finance. When it comes to financial support, government initiatives and financial assistance for AI adaptation is not in sericulture. Is it is also very limited now, but it may be changed in the near future. And lack of insurance policy for AI loss, like technical losses, are some of the issues need to be considered. Next, we will see about what are the environmental challenges by applying AI in agriculture, like climate sensitivity and unpredictability, which microclimates like microclimates and different weather patterns. When it comes to different weather patterns, AI may struggle to predict prior, and AI requires a continuous update. If something like a sensor failure or network failure in rural areas will lead to financial losses or false data. When it comes to next, we will see about social and knowledge-based challenges. Resistance by farmers. First, we'll see the resistance by farmers. Because farmers will currently have a lack of trust in AI tools, which can be overcome by training program and doing a considerable education by training practices, and there is automatically a need for extensive training because rural farmers have a low digital literacy. By enabling training programs on AI, we can easily able to educate them for a future. Yeah, there is also ethical and employment issues, risk of job displacement, and ethical dilemma of making decisions are some of the issues need to be considered. Next, we will see about the regulatory and policy challenges. Lack of AI specific policies and standard guidelines are one of the issues need to be considered. And Next, we will see the data privacy and security issues, risk of cyber threats, and unauthorized access to sensitive data to third parties are the problems we face while implementing AI in sericulture. Next, we will see about the conclusion. While implementing AI in sericulture, we can able to optimize productivity, disease management, and automation. But there are several challenges which we need to overcome, and we also should educate farmers and with the help of a government support, we can able to successfully implement AI in sericulture. The further research, we should focus mainly on cost-effective and user-friendly AI tools to improve to revolutionize sericulture. Farmers are currently adopting IoT systems, but which they can afford, but still there are a lack of digital literacy in remote areas. Thank you for providing me this opportunity. Have a nice day. Thank you all.
Thanks to all for joining second day of the conference. We shall resume the conference tomorrow at the same time with the same link. Thanks for the day.
Thank you, ma'am.